Find your story. Bulgaria. A discovery to share.
Морето е на по-малко от час от София с България Air. До 3 полета до Варна всеки ден и ежедневен полет до Бургас от 17 юни. За повече информация посети air.bg и страниците на България Air в социалните мрежи.
Find your story. Bulgaria. A discovery to share. Find your story. Bulgaria. A discovery to share. Find your story. Bulgaria. A discovery to share. Find your story. Bulgaria. A discovery to share.
Морето е на по-малко от час от София с България Air. До 3 полета до Варна всеки ден и ежедневен полет до Бургас от 17 юни. За повече информация посети air.bg и страниците на България Air в социалните мрежи.
Find your story. Bulgaria, a discovery to share. Find your story. Bulgaria, a discovery to share. Find your story. Bulgaria, a discovery to share. Find your story. Bulgaria, a discovery to share.
Морето е на по-малко от час от София с България Air. До 3 полета до Варна всеки ден и ежедневен полет до Бургас от 17 юни. За повече информация посети air.bg и страниците на България Air в социалните мрежи.
Find your story. Bulgaria, a discovery to share. Find your story. Bulgaria, a discovery to share.
Great leaders. This is an occasion once again for us at the UNWTO to thank immensely Bulgaria for the wonderful hospitality and all of you for attending and also for making it this morning. And we are very happy. Our side conference will focus on education and skills in medical and well-being tourism. So we will have one important topic, which is medical and well-being tourism, crossed over by a much more important topic, which is how do we educate, how do we train, how do we work on the skills for the tourism industry to better our destinations and to diversify what we have to offer. Our day is going to work in the following manner. We will, of course, have our introductory remarks from the high-level personalities with us, starting with our SG Zurab Parlikashvili, Minister Ilin Dimitrov. And then we will be entering into the real deal. We were honored to shape this conference with the European Spas Association and with the academic authorities of Bulgaria. And the European Spa Association is present in 21 countries, all countries that have natural remedies with over 1,500 members. We're talking about governments and private sector. You need SDG 17 public-private partnership to be championed to make sure that this type of situation works. This type of tourism, which became even more urgent during pandemic, involves not only education, it involves investment, it involves marketing, it involves tourism for rural development, because when we go to a spa, we normally, or to get treatments, we normally never go in the main city. So how do we use this to leverage even more, especially this part of the world? So we will be joined in the first panel, but by incredible representatives of some of the major destinations as well of well-being and health tourism. And we will continue with a very beautiful technical panel animated by the European Spa Association. In the meantime, we will have keynotes from all the way from the USA, from a special advisor to the SG that is in charge of a very large American medical group, and from China, and we're very honored to have this type of intervention. And of course, my colleague, Natalia Bayona, who's in charge of the Innovation, Education and Investments Department, one of the key departments of the UNWTO, will be joining us virtually. She just very recently gave birth, so it was a little bit impossible for her to travel with us, but she's still going to be with us. And then, at the end, after drawing our conclusion, we are joined by Professor Mike Wallace, who is going to give a special masterclass to the Bulgarian industry representatives and basically to all that want to attend on how to make the best of education and skills in health and well-being tourism. I don't need to introduce myself, but I will redo for the external speakers. I'm Alessandra Priante, the director for the region of Europe, and I will be your proud MC for the first half of the day. And without any further ado, I would declare this conference opened. So I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Zurab Parlikashvili, the Secretary General of the UNWTO. Please.
Good morning, everyone. Buongiorno, Alessandra. Today is a special day for you. Today is National Day of Italy, and I want to congratulate Italy and all Italians and we celebrated with the Italian music yesterday. Minister Eileen, he made really nice, and his team very nice dinner. We enjoyed a lot, dear Minister, and we all needed this morning spa, I think, after very hard evening. I was thinking the conference will be in Spa, but we will change the format and we will be more creative. I want to welcome all of you who are attending very important conference for us, for our organization, for tourism industry. I want to mention again that we are in the region which is very rich with its natural resources, especially water, rivers, thermal waters, I would say, and we have different very important representatives and projects in the region, and Bulgaria is one of the leading destinations. I don't want to mention all countries which are surrounded in this region in Bulgaria, but really the countries like Slovakia, Slovenia, Czechia, and all of them, these are the region where we have, I didn't calculate how many projects there are and how many spas and wellness centers are per square meter or per population, but I'm sure that, and I think that this is one of the centers where we are starting this new kind of trend. When I say it means that we started several ago the same thing regarding gastronomy tourism. Gastronomy tourism people, were thinking that it's just to open 7 or 8 restaurants in the one street and say that I'm a leading destination. No, we created with the Basque Culinary Center, which is a very strong partner with UNWTO, guidelines how to make gastronomy destinations. And we have, in our gastronomy forum, said big interest. Every year it's becoming a landmark, it's becoming a brand, and same we are going, and we are starting now regarding health, wellness, and spa tourism, which is very important. As much we eat from gastronomy tourism, as much we need this kind of services. After pandemic, we saw that health is one of the most important things in our life, and many tourists change their way of traveling from the beginning of when pandemics end, and they were looking at the destinations where the healthcare system is developed to be sure that if something happened in the future or during their trips, they will be treated well. We never thought about it before pandemic, but the mentality and the vision of and way of and habits of tourists changed. So thank you very much for your attendance. I want to welcome the president of Spa Association, Monsieur Terry. It's an honor to have you, because all experts who are represented today, we will learn from them. That's why I don't know what this speech says, but it's better to listen experts and start this process how to create health and wellness destinations in Europe, and then we will use again this model for other countries. I will mention one more thing and finish my speech. Then we will have also intervention from the Department of Education. I'm sure that very soon, with you again, we will create courses regarding management in spa and wellness and health destinations, because there is no knowledge. There are many projects, but it's something chaotic, you know, and that's why we are together to do it together, you know. First of all, to create a network, but then we did the same in snow and mountain tourism development. There are many mountains and many ski resorts, but how to manage, how to have some professionals. There were not some courses, and with Andorra, with the government of Andorra, we created first course ever in snow and mountain destination development and tourism. So thank you. I think it is a historical moment for us. We are starting with you, and I wish support of all experts, all partners in this very important journey which starts today. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Secretary General. Minister Ilin Dimitrov, the floor is yours.
So good morning to everybody. It's really nice to see a full room with so many friendly faces, with smiles. Dear Secretary General, distinguished ministers, excellencies, guests, dear colleagues from the European Spa Association, partners, panelists, allow me to express my sincere pleasure to open the conference dedicated to education and skill in medical and wellness tourism under the umbrella of UNWTO. Looking at the title of this event, my attention is immediately drawn by the word education. It has always been my personal mission and honor to be part of the tourism education community. And I have always had a special relationship and support for this fundamental aspect of our industry. This is the area that I have always supported to every possible tool that my positions give me. Our future is more than ever connected with the education of the workforce. And skills might be developed for some faster, for others not, but I would add one more thing. Let the skills be accomplished by necessary enthusiasm. On a European scale, we have many programs, projects, and tools to support the ambition of young people. Erasmus is one of them, but indeed, this is an excellent example. I welcome the approach of making efforts not just for the education of the staff, but to involve the young people in a specific area of tourism. In this regard, Bulgaria definitely has something to offer in the field of medical and wellness tourism. More than half of the students in our medical universities are foreigners, more than 50%. This is proof that the quality of our education is very high. Our traditions in this aspect are extremely rich. Let's now relate medicine to the spa and wellness aspect of tourism. Here we can boldly state that our country has a leading role in Southeast Europe, excuse me. What are our competitive advantages? In the last years, we have built an extremely large number of spa and wellness facilities. Investments in this area of tourism have been numerous and successful. I can share some data on the annual occupation rate. Our hotels have more than 89%. I speak about 5-star hotels. There are over 70 resorts and places in our country that offer this type of service. Your choice here is vast and diverse. We are in second place on the continent Europe in terms of number of our mineral springs. The hottest springs in Europe is located in Bulgaria. It is the Sepereva Banya spring, 104 degrees. Our country is ready to share its experience in the field of medical and wellness tourism with everyone who takes it as their priority. It is important to outline the vision of this type of industry, part of the big picture of tourism. I believe that the greatest advantage of the described areas is that it can be done in all seasons of the year, and this already generates a serious added value. Following our experience in the last few days, I am fully confident that we all participate in a fruitful session that will have a practical focus. Today, the professionals in the field will have the floor here, which will give a very serious input of the discussion. For all that reason, it's a great honor for me to open the conference and wish good luck to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Once again, thank you for your wonderful hosting. I'm going to ask you once again to give him a very big round of applause for him and his team. Thank you very much. There's no conference without a good scene setup. There's no decisions without good data. So we just need the best and the experts to explain to us how it really works. So I'm very proud to invite here to the stage Mr. Thierry Dubois, who is the president of the European Spas Association, and Mrs. Cilla Mezzosi, who is the Secretary General of the European Spas Association. Monsieur Dubois.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to participate today in the 68th meeting of the Commission of the World Tourism Organization. And I sincerely thank Mr. Polikashvili, Secretary General of UNWTO, Professor Alexandra Priente, Mr. Ilin Dimitrov, Minister of Tourism of Bulgaria, for their kind invitation. As President of ESPA, the European Spa Association, it's a pleasure for me to insist on the economic impact of our sector of activity at the European level. It should be recalled that the balneotherapy sector, medical and wellness, has been growing steadily at more than 10% per year for the last 15 years until the pandemic period in 2020. The drop in activity was more than 50% compared to the pre-pandemic period. Today, the sector is recovering but has not returned to its 2019 level of activity. Balneology today is not yet sufficiently recognized, but it is attracting a growing number of patients suffering from chronic illness in a variety of fields. A large number of patients and prescribing doctors are turning to a natural medicine with no side effects. This explains the popularity of balneology, which has been exacerbated by a number of scandals involving the serious side effect of certain drugs. However, the spa industry is resilient and is attracting a new patient base. First of all, many spa centers have taken care of citizens suffering for long COVID, 3 million persons in Europe, affected physically, respiratory, cardiological, and neurological after effects, and psychologically, depressive states, insomnia, anxiety, asthenia, etc., like that we do in France in spa resorts. Stays at a spa with appropriate treatment are effective in reducing these symptoms. Due to the actual lifestyles, human beings are increasingly affected by social, political, economic, health, environmental, and climate problems. They are increasingly suffering from anxiety, depression, chronic illness, intense fatigue, burnout in the workplace, and chronic low back pain. The treatments given by the spa centers are perfectly suited to the treatment of these disorders. At the same time, our fellow citizens increasingly aspire to practice spa treatments to relax and regain tone, in a way to let go. This explains the growing popularity of the spa industry. Unfortunately, we do not have much additional economic data on the medical and wellness sector. It is the reason why, in France, we have created 6 years ago an economic observatory of spa therapy in order to provide us with a real tool of measurement of the economic activity of balneotherapy, essential for the relations with the supervisory authorities, the ministries, but also for the institutional communication. This will contribute to solidify the spa therapy. It allows to have a better knowledge of the sector, to measure its evolution every year, to identify the reason for its development, to measure the level of investments. It also establishes the key indicators, both qualitative and quantitative. In my opinion, it is essential that we have such an advisory at the European level, which is also being discussed within our association. And now, if you allow me, I will propose to make a cooperation with UNWTO to realize this observatory. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Sheila, our Secretary General, will follow this presentation.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear excellencies, thank you very much. And as you see, we represent the nature, the healing power of nature. So health and healthy lifestyle, health tourism have received much, much more attention in the recent years. This is the only positive effect of Corona. The demand is here, but we have to make health tourism more sexy, and also for the young generation are definitely for more sustainable to continue, because this is our value. To keep the image of the green, healthy, relaxing destination. How do we create new investments, new focuses, and how we design and develop actually the new health programs and update services? That's all our expertise in the European SPA family. Health destinations, as you see, we have 25 countries as members, from Iceland to Georgia, from Baltic countries to Spain, and we have also a new member from this year, Montenegro. So as you see, every country, they have natural remedies, are member of the European Spa Association, and we have a great network. And we are hosted in a country which is actually the excellent example how diversity you can offer for your tourists by health tourism. Bulgaria, you have thermal water on the seaside. You can combine it with skiing in the mountains. You have cultural heritage like the oldest thermal complex spa city, Hisaria. So in Bulgaria, you have really the showcase how you can combine health tourism with many other attractions. I'm not talking about local food, and a secret, because this is my love, the natural springs. In this country, you find it in the countryside, really fantastic surprises. So we call this the main attraction, natural remedy, the nature, vitamin N, which is after Corona what we have to breathe much stronger and much often, and our competencies and why we are here. And I'm very happy to start a journey to develop health tourism with the UNWTO, because health tourism and the spa tourism, the spa industry, in a way we do it in Europe with these medical competencies and the huge tradition from 2 millenniums is the USP of Europe. So this is what we have to support and what we have to highlight, because that makes the difference between all other continents. Public health needs alternatives. In all countries, the public health budget are suffering, always less money, more patients, and many diseases, as Mr. President mentioned, most of it, we can deal with and to help our clients, our citizens, to support them and to get healthy, to stay healthy in the medical spa resorts. But data is needed, and that's why the proposal from Mr. President to make this example from France, to make the first real data from the health resort, health spa cities, should be done on the European level. And that's where I hope our cooperation, and also to join efforts with the training of skilled young people. So, concept of cities created for health, tradition of 2 millenniums. These cities were done to offer health in a full complexes. And that's make Europe really unique. That's really what we have, no other continent. Everybody wants to learn from us. And because in UNWTO you have responsible tourism, sustainable tourism, and green destination. I want to highlight also the social impact of health tourism, because if we want to have a healthy rural countryside regions, the medical spas are offering at least a part of the healthcare. So we provide also for the citizen even not a very high-end clinical, but a basic healthcare system. And the Four Seasons, what we promote all the time to have our tourists in all year around in our destination. This is definitely the answer, health tourism. And as you know, medical spas, they need medical-based information. This is also where we have to put much more effort to be recognized by the health ministries, by the health authorities, and to get more support, even that our main clients are private payers, but this is the base to be a recognized and certified quality resort. So the rapidly aging population, lifestyle diseases like diabetes, high blood pressure, chronic disease, obesity, diabetes, cancer care, we offer all this, and we make also the medical studies for it. And one shocking example. European medical spas, we started to treat the post-COVID, long COVID patient 2020. The first forum between professors we organized end of the year. And the European Union started the first meeting 2023. And when we ask, why are you sitting now together and discussing about solution, when we have in Europe the expertise, some of our members treated already 5,000 patients. We made a European study, 16 countries in Europe offering in the medical spas long COVID treatment. We made even a publication about the impact of labor force, how we want to have employees, healthy employees. We have to help them. So the place where to send them is the medical spas in Europe. And finally, I would like to invite you, if you want to have much more contact and information inputs, to our next Congress, to Carlo Vivari, to the Czech Republic, which will take place between the 4th and 6th October. And we take care also about innovation. So we have the 7th edition of the Innovation Award for spa concept, for destination, even for education and research programs. And we take care also about the business. This year we will invite around 40 hosted buyers all around the world. So in your country, if you have medical spas, they are interested in the international market, please come and be exhibitor, because we will have a high-end hosted buyer program this year. And Mr. President did not mention, but his family is owner of the oldest and most traditional mental spa resort in France. So this is also a new demand and a growing demand. We have also this expertise in our team. Thank you very much. And one final suggestion. You are responsible for tourism, and our recommendation to have a joint meeting, or at least a brainstorming with the World Health Organization, because this can make our journey, what we start today, to develop health tourism on a much higher level and more complex and more serious for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sheila. Thank you very much, Monsieur Dubois. I think all of us were very interested in the last part. I think we're all going to come and get your address, Monsieur Dubois, to get some mental treatments. I think we all need a lot of support. Secretary General, I propose that we also brainstorm about this in the second Regional Commission of Europe, which will happen in Uzbekistan. But I am going to take advantage of this to remind Sheila that maybe it's very difficult to summarize. I thought my presentation was long, but if you saw, and all of our member states have already received, we have just created a working group with the WHO, specifically focusing on this. We have been on our second year participating in their meetings, ministerial meetings, ministers of health, of course, and we've added the tourism part. It's been 2 years after COVID and after the efforts of the Secretary General to go and remind everyone about the importance of tourism and for tourism not to be forgotten in any space. So we are there. We're already there. So thank you very much for reminding this. I would like to take advantage to keep a little bit my role of yesterday, which is to be also the secretary of the meeting, and share with you, repeat, the housekeeping information of our fantastic hosts, because this afternoon we're doing actually a technical visit to Sapareva Bania, who's a very famous spa destination, famous for its hot mineral waters. And the buses will depart from here, from the Sofia Balkan Palace at 3 p.m. We're going to stay there and then have dinner, have farewell dinner there, and at around 9:30 p.m., 10 o'clock, the buses will take us back and will drop each one of you at your own hotels. I mean, we couldn't do it, as Secretary General said, we couldn't do it at the spa, all this, because we're too many, but definitely we'll be able to enjoy everything after our colleagues. So, we're going to go back to the topic, and I have the pleasure of moderating the first panel. So I will be coming up on stage and calling my distinguished panelists to join me. I'm going to start with Mrs. Yeva Galeškaitė, who's the Deputy Minister of Economy and Innovation of Lithuania. Good morning. Mrs. Mariam Krivishvili, who is the Deputy Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of Georgia. Welcome. Mrs. Silvia Dousova, who is the Director of the Tourism Department, the Ministry of Regional Development of Czechia. Thank you. Dr. Sika Katsarova, who is the President of the Bulgarian Union of Balneology and Spa Tourism and also Vice President of the European Spa Association. Please. Ms. Mariana Oleskiv, Chairperson of the State Agency for Tourism Development of Ukraine. And, of course, we have to champion gender equality. So you do understand that for once we had an all-female panel, so I had to invite a man. So we're joined from Brussels by MEP and friend of UNWTO, Special Ambassador to Brussels, Istvan Uleti. Absolutely. And you all know that we like to be surrounded by friends. And you've all received our speaker guidelines. Some of you have prepared just 2 slides. Some of you have videos. Some of you are going to join and share knowledge out of your own experience. Of course, the policy debates for us are a tradition in every technical conference we do, because we feel it's very important that policymakers and people in the position of deciding or at least advising a decision also have the possibility of receiving information from other experiences. I think at the UNWTO, we are the platform for that. We are championing multilateralism. So I'm very, very happy, absolutely, for doing this. So I'm going to start with you, Yeva. because we're also, the main title of the conference is focusing on education and also championing innovation. So I would like to ask you to share a little bit with us the Lithuanian experience. And please don't be shy about sharing your current challenges and issues, because we know that your tourism sector has been highly affected post the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine.
Thank you, Alessandra. May I ask the audience, how many of you have been to Lithuania? I see that panelists are more active guests than the audience, but I would be very happy to host you virtually, because I know we have a video maybe for a later stage of our conversation. But first of all, you will see Lithuania and how beautiful it is, and I don't want to spend a lot of time, bragging about that, because everybody wants to do the same, I'm pretty sure. The question that you asked, I think, is really very good one, because Lithuania, like each and every country that's represented here in the panel or in the audience, I think has changed a lot during the times of COVID, and of course during the times of Russia's war in Ukraine. It has definitely affected our tourism sector, our market, and some of the changes, of course, have been not the ones we wanted to see, because it really changed our tourism sector regarding of our guest portfolio. So of course we have much less guests from the countries that we previously used to have, but we are changing our structure of incoming tourism, and there are more tourists, for example, from countries like Israel coming to Lithuania right now, and from our neighboring countries. And of course, internal tourism has boosted in Lithuania nearly twice, I guess. So our tourism has really been changing, and of course, it's not only because of the COVID, but also regarding our economic situation as well, because Lithuania has been going through an unprecedented economic growth through past few years. Therefore, to say in very simple words, our people have much more money than they used to have, and they are spending much more time in the local spas right now. And actually, they are pretty busy, and tourism sector is really booming in Lithuania. Spas are really booming in Lithuania. In Birštonas, one of the most well-known spa towns in Lithuania, the flat now costs the same as in the city center of Vilnius, our capital city. So we see a lot of new spas opening, and that is really something that we want to see. But of course, the tourism is changing, and we have to adapt a lot. And I think that what we were talking about today, and what we were presented yesterday during the session, that the things that we really need is smart regulation and talent. And of course, Lithuania is fighting for talent. We are having various programs to reskill our talents, and of course, we are changing our policies to host talent from other countries as well. For example, our Ukraine professionals who are coming to Lithuania, and we are dealing with skills recognition issues as well. So these are very important topics that we've been working on in our country. And of course, we have made some specific changes in policy during the times of COVID. For example, paying a one-time voucher for our medical professionals, by €200 voucher for medical professionals who were very actively working during the quarantine period, so they could spend some time relaxing in the spas, and this really helped us keep our tourism sector afloat. And also, we had some time to work in the government on changing the law on tourism to really put a legal framework, which is of course very important, and to think about the long-term planning and long-term financing of the tourism sector. So I think that this is the things that were really, really important for us. And the last thing I would like to talk about, I think, is the interinstitutional cooperation. Yesterday, I heard a very good idea about how it is important to work with other sectors, not only everybody sits in their own boats, and everybody thinks about, oh, I'm working with tourism portfolio, therefore I need to work on tourism. But actually tourism, and especially healthcare tourism, is an area where you cannot work alone. You need a very, very good collaboration with other social partners and other ministries. For example, Ministry of Healthcare or Ministry of Environment are our very important social partners in Lithuania, because when we talk about healthcare tourism, we need to balance, for example, the need to have high qualifications of our medical professionals, but as well we need to have area for innovations, and innovations are very important for Lithuania because we have been attracting companies like Teva, Thermo Fisher Scientific, who are now based in Lithuania, Hollister, and other companies. And for example, Lithuania is becoming a center of semiconductors in a few years because of Taiwanese investments. So I think these are some cooperations that are going to shape the future of our tourism sector and that are going to make it like a very strong value-added sector in the future for us. So therefore, I think that these cooperations are very, very important and they cannot be overlooked. So thank you.
What are your KPIs? Because you're changing the law, you're doing, what is the numbers that you're putting in to say, okay, I've done well?
Yeah, of course. So for us, the huge problem, as I mentioned before, is to change our incoming tourism profile, to say that as polite as possible. We want to go back to the pre-COVID levels. We are approaching them fastly, but we really want to go back to where we've been for. We want the tourism to be a high value-added sector. We want to have a great synergy in the ministry, because our ministry is not only responsible for tourism, it's responsible for the whole economy and innovation. So we are trying to make a tourism high added value sector by, for example, using open data technologies. So these are the main areas that we are working on right now.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know how many of you are reading. I'm already feeling moved by curative mud, local herbs, honey, bear, milk, linen, bear.
Please.
Apologies, my ignorance.
Please,
what is bear?
please, I would like to apologize for my mistake. No grizzly bears in Lithuania. We have one bear wandering somewhere in Lithuanian forest. It's actually not about grizzlies, it's about beer. We are very proud beer makers, and we have a great, high-quality small brewery beer production and beer spas, but not grizzly beer spas.
Okay, but
please
that would have
come.
been fun to have them massaging people. That would be really fun. And I'm seeing that you offer dolphin therapy.
Yes, Lithuania is one of the countries that has a really great certified dolphin therapy program in Klaipėda, our seaside resort. And it's very special because it combines not only professionals working with animals, but psychologists, behavioral therapists. And it's really very it's becoming very popular, and I think it's a very special program because it deals with some problems that we haven't been talking a lot about in the past, you know, like autism, Down syndrome, other disabilities, and for example, stress-related diseases that we are all, you know, been affected by during the pandemic time.
And the dolphins, they actually help you?
Yes, dolphins
so
work
who wants to go and have a dolphin therapy in Lithuania? I mean,
please
sorry.
come.
Thank you very much, Eva. I am not going to spoil the beautiful surprise you took, so I'm going to keep it for the end. But I'm going to grab onto one of the other things that I'm seeing about hosting the heroes from Ukraine for rehabilitation. Mariana, did you know this?
Yes, and we are really grateful to many countries that help us with this. And actually, we do have also wanted to discuss with the colleagues from association a need also for this rehabilitation, maybe not as much as like physical, but for the families of those who died during this war. And it's really difficult for them to cope with everything. And we hope that when they go a little bit to some nice place, you know, could be seaside, spa, somewhere where they will be, at least for some time, without hearing air raid sirens and being all the time stressed. It will help us, and for us is now the also thing we're discussing with our partners, with other countries, that to start such a program to help people, because it's really very difficult constantly living under the stress of you never know what's going to happen in a few hours.
But if we are thinking now forward and not too far away, as I told you last night. What are we imagining Ukraine as a well-being and spa and medical destination? Of course, this is a very important element, but beyond that, where would we go in Ukraine, and what are you planning for the restart, specifically in this sector?
Actually, we do have Carpathian Mountains. I don't know if they can launch this very brief video. We were preparing and starting in 2021. We filmed it and planned to launch this campaign before winter 2022. Yes, the next winter, yes, the one was the worst probably for all of us. But yeah, we had other plans, and we really do have a lot of health resorts and a lot of facilities actually in western part of Ukraine. And we see it at the first point where we will restart tourism, but also about rehabilitation. I think, unfortunately, due to the circumstances, we also will become one of the probably main destination for prosthetics, rehabilitation, because we would start now building a couple of new facilities, new rehabilitation centers. For example, there is one superhuman center, Unbroken in Lviv. There are a few projects that will be big, and they use the best technologies from all around the world. This will be also probably, I hope, in the nearest future, also a possibility for us to help also other people worldwide.
Do we have your video?
I don't know. Do you have my video? Yeah.
People ask me how to be an ultimate relaxer. You have to think like a relaxer. Ride the wave of relaxation. Become a Jedi of calmness. Be the sensei of peace. Feel the power of chill. Be the ninja of balance. Be the guru of the Ukrainian Carpathians. Diversity of relaxation.
Thank you.
So yeah, basically we want to go back to this. And that's why we are fighting for this peace and calmness and relaxation. Unfortunately, now we all need this very much. And still, Ukrainian resorts in Carpathians give this possibility for our local citizens. And yeah. So I don't know, I just interrupted the presentation of Lithuania. Maybe we'll continue if we have time with my possibilities later.
No, you didn't interrupt, absolutely. That was the flow. It's Lithuania who gave me the chance to come over to you. So this is absolutely how that is going. And it also is the occasion to warn all of us. I've been told to inform you that today is also National Heroes Day here in Sofia, in Bulgaria. So I've been told that around 12, Mariana, talking about stress, at 12 we will be hearing sirens everywhere, so not to worry. I've been told to inform because it's going to happen, so do not worry. It's nothing, it's celebratory sirens. I will come back to you, Mariana, because I have a technical question, because there's too many men that promote these spa and tourism destination, and you'll understand at the end why I'm complaining about it. But let me go to you, Mariam, in Georgia. You are Deputy Minister of Economy and Regional Development and Sustainable Development. So let's say that you're looking at tourism as well, also from a larger perspective. I wanted to ask you, Georgia is very famous for its mineral waters as well. And we know that you are also positioning yourself, and you've done in the history as well, as a very important spa and well-being destination. Balneology is a big part of your economy. So how are you actually dealing with it now? What type of strategy are you putting together?
Well, I think first of all, what I would highlight is that Georgia is still a developing country. And regardless the figures that we are all so proud of, the dynamic of tourism development, our rapid speed of full revival of tourism sector, if we compare it back to 2019, we've not only fully recovered our tourism, but we've exceeded 2019 tourism revenues by 30% last year. But of course, I mean, being in the place where we are, small country, developing country, it's never enough. So we as a nation, we as government, we always strive for further development. Of course, when it comes to tourism, we know exactly what are our key competitive advantages when it comes to tourism product, existing or potential. And of course, like you very rightly said, we are putting our stakes highly on medical and well-being and balneo tourism. What we do today is, of course, with one hand, we continue developing our existing infrastructure, ensuring that private sector becomes stronger within this direction of tourism, but at the same time, direction of the, let's say, well-being and health industry. But on the other hand, what we have done for the last couple of years is we've identified so-called new destinations within destinations. So basically, either those resorts, those villages, those cities that previously had unique infrastructure, but now it needs to be further constructed, rehabilitated, but we have still preserved the uniqueness either of the thermal waters or curvative climate. We've targeted those multiple resorts, and now we have placed together a very vivid action plan how we as government are planning to develop it further. I have very good 2 examples of what we've done, and we're basically in the process of finishing fully repairing these 2 areas. One is in Zqaltubo, actually in between Tbilisi, the capital, and the seaside, very famous, especially for our, let's say, within our neighboring countries. And then second, would be Abastumani, super famous for its curvative climate. So our approach is similar for both of these resorts. We as government, we come into the picture and we speak directly with private sector. We say that this is X amount of investment, total budget that government is committed to invest. We're building new roads. We're rehabilitating infrastructure. We're putting our owned, let's say, buildings and let's say commercially usable properties on sale for private sector, and then we work hand in hand. We have exact time frames on when and how we are finishing up our part of the liability to ensure that municipality, let's say, frameworks are done from our side, and then we deal with private sector and we say, you build this hotel, you have this liability, 200, 300 room property, you'll have access to our thermal waters. So this is all a very good definition for us, how PPP partnerships actually work perfectly well, not only when it comes to existing product and infrastructure, but going ahead and building something from scratch. So, so basically that's where we stand. Of course, this is all a working process. Now we're very happy to see that international as well as domestic investors are very keen on further investing in our balneo resorts. In Georgia, we had a huge success story for Zqaltubo, for example. All the properties that were put up on the sale, up to 12, were sold literally in a couple of days. Bastumani is already basically in, almost done and working process, and we are expecting to have all the hotels up and running, ready, 5-star resorts for 2025. So I really look forward to, first of all, welcome each and every one of you in Georgia in 2024 for World Tourism Day, and then definitely in 2025 in one of our top luxury new wellness resorts in Georgia.
Thank you very much, Mariam. I would also like to add that we spoke about regulatory framework and intergovernmental collaboration. We're speaking about a very strong strategy, investment, public-private partnership. And also the focus is on a product which is really very good for de-seasoning, because you can basically go to spa, to wellness, to sometimes medical treatments. There's absolutely no time. You need it, you need to do it, but you go throughout the year. So, because the whole process is about you and the treatments you are doing. Of course, if it's summer, if it's winter, you can combine it with different types of sports, but it's an absolutely rewarding product, and we're very happy to see it growing. So this is why we consider that for some destination is also a game changer, because it could be the area where you invest and you can actually reach a very good result.
Yes.
I have a further question. Domestic versus nearby. If you have to think of the segments that are actually coming and enjoying the beauties of Georgia for wellness and spa, where are they coming from?
Yeah. Well, the good thing about Georgia is that our international tourism arrivals are very diversified. And that's a great compliment for every country. And what we see is that travelers from around the world are choosing Georgia over so many great destinations that today we all represent here. What I would definitely highlight is European countries really standing out when it comes to inbound to Georgia. The Middle East, and my colleague here highlighted Israel. I would definitely add UAE, Saudi Arabia, so-called long-haul destinations. And we also work very closely with our friends and partners from our neighboring countries, and we often do tailor-made so-called combined tours. So if you come to Georgia, then you can travel to one of our neighboring countries. When it comes to the added value, you highlighted very rightly that it generates what we've calculated in Georgia. It's so-called one of the highest yield generating directions of tourism. And reason of it is two. One is that we tend to see that travelers who choose Georgia, for instance, to come to Georgia for medical and wellness direction, they tend to stay longer, which means that they are spending more for their accommodation, related services, obviously, which is medical and health related, and also additional tourism services, which would be not only accommodation, but also food, gastronomy. Georgia is super famous for wine, depends which procedures you're doing, and of course the sightseeing, because whenever you're staying longer in any destination, obviously you have more luxury to use this time and travel around. So with that, of course, and then second value that of course I would have to highlight is that it's an amazing example how tourism can influence on commercial profitability of other sectors which are not tourism related. And that's one of the greatest examples when we all speak in our governments, in our countries, the great values that tourism brings. That's a great example. Tourism as a standalone direction of any country's economy also directly impacting on developing of medical services in our country. And we see that even our private sector is even more mobilized to invest further in their facilities, to upgrade the services, because not only they have to meet the expectations of Georgians, but now they have to meet expectations of European travelers who are used to have better services back home. But the whole idea is that with better infrastructure, better service, but with cheaper services, Georgia made it through. And that's why we're very happy to see that more and more people with maybe better infrastructure back home, they still decide to come to Georgia because it's cheaper, and with quality, it's it's no less than what they're used back home.
Thank you, Mariam. Definitely very, very attractive. You're making me think twice. Italy is an incredible, spa and well-being and medical destination. I don't know if Mr. Caputi, the president of Federterme, is here, but definitely with you we have very big competition. But actually you highlighted something. It's such a profitable sector with such good perspectives that it's definitely a very good career opportunity. So Silvia, besides us all coming to Carlo Vivari on the 4th and 6th October, what are you doing in the Ministry of Tourism also when it comes to the main underlining, let's say, pillar that we have here, which is about education and skills? Because our main thing in Europe, we've all experienced a loss of around 60% of the workforce for tourism. So maybe this could be a very good leverage to, if we train them correctly, to get people back to the sector. What do you think? What is Czechia doing in this perspective?
Thank you for the invitation, firstly. And I have to say that we are not the ministry, sorry. We are just a Ministry of Tourism, sorry. We are the ministry, but not the Ministry of Tourism. We are Ministry of Regional Development. So we have just Department of Tourism. And as for the...
I'm going to interrupt you right there.
Okay, sorry.
I'm sorry. We had your Deputy Prime Minister yesterday.
Yes, I know.
You're not just the Ministry of Regional Development. You're actually above everything. You include as well tourism and all the rest. So first of all, let's start with some self-confidence. And then please feel free to share your ideas as well.
Yes, great.
Yeah?
Thank you. Thank you. Well, so I would go back to the COVID maybe period, because it changes a lot. It brings or brought the negatives, also positives, but change of mind. And as for the tourism, so it was a change huge. I have to say that it has the economic impact definitely, because before we had like 3% GDP, and nowadays or during the COVID, just it was the drop like 50%. And as for the employment or employees working in tourism, because we had like 450,000 people working there, and now it's like 20,000 less. And so we're just talking about the spa tourism. So I can just prepare, or I could prepare some map, so you can see that we have like 37 spa towns and places, and like 170 spa hotels and sanatoriums, 30,000 bed capacity. And of course, as well, we have the spa tradition. And as for the education, so I would say that we are not, because I was interested, or I was working on education's field as well before. I just took part in the tourism department. So I have to say that we have the education just prepared on the secondary level, and but or on the higher specialist level. So that's I would say that we do not care, or our department don't, let's say, cooperate so much with the education field. We just took part in marketing activities, because our Czech national agency just deals with these marketing activities. But of course, we have to cooperate also with the stakeholders in spa tourism and in tourism in general. As for the education, I would say that it's a huge challenge, because we have, as I said, we have a very long tradition or history in spa, because we had the fourth spa city, it's Teplice. So the history goes back to 12th century. So it's really long time. And we just built on our reputation on very professional, let's say, or professionals in general, and on the wonderful landscapes. So as for the professionals, I would say that we just started the discussion with all the associations and so on. But I think that there are huge challenges in front of us. And I am just happy to say that we are back on the numbers we have now, we had before COVID. So as for the spa tourists, so it was like about 50,000 spa tourists, sorry. And nowadays we are more or less on the same numbers. And it's the same for tourism in the Czech Republic in general. So we had like 10 million, and the first quarter of this year, as we were discussing, as for the incoming or just talk about incoming tourism, it's more or less the same as we had in first quarter of 2019.
How many schools do you have, or universities that teach tourism? How many do you have?
Yes, we have the. It's like a specialty in the University of Economy. So, or we have also the private university, like University of Hotel Business, let's say in hotel management and spa management, definitely. So, but it's not an enormous segment or some. I would say like top segment, unfortunately, in our education classification, sorry. So that's true. So it's our challenge, definitely.
All right, so we're giving you some homework. So when you go back, you're gonna have to say that you need more attention to train to be able to enter into this very important sector. We know that tourism is the sector of people for the people. Without people, we do nothing. We can have the best waters, but without the right people and the right experiences, we're going to go nowhere and achieve.
Sorry, I would have to say that our ministry doesn't take care or doesn't, it's not on field on education. We have the Ministry of Education, so, and this ministry takes part in this education and in supporting skills and so on. So we have to cooperate very closely to, let's say, to push forward this segment.
Is what Yeva was saying, you know, to be able to work intergovernmental. If we don't make the effort, we do remember in times of COVID, and I'm sure all of you, especially those of you representing governments, it was really the fight between health and tourism. Because health wanted to have everything closed, and tourism wanted to reopen as soon as possible. So let's not forget that we fought a very hard battle to make sure that tourism was not understood as the tool of spreading health issues. In the other hand, recovering. Yes, Yeva.
Area that we haven't actually learned from COVID. The red tape regulations that you are talking about, Alessandra, for example, I think that the whole Europe and the whole world actually had a great potential, for example, to work on telemedicine, on remote medicine services. And that is very important for the health tourism, because you can offer a much better and much more elaborate service for a person. For example, I don't know, if a Lithuanian doctor is in contact with a patient in the United States and he works with a rehabilitation program for this person, that he needs to have his scans, his medical data and stuff like that. So I took the United States, but even in Europe, it's super hard to do that. The exchange of data, the data privacy and stuff is that we are regulating is really sometimes harming some development of some of our services that we really want to have them. So this is the importance of interinstitutional work.
Thank you for your comment. I would like to go back a second to the fight between health and tourism, especially the fight that we championed, Istvan, in the European institutions. Istvan Uleli, as I said before, not only he's a very active MEP, probably the only MEP in Brussels who only and always speaks tourism, notwithstanding who are the interlocutors, fearless and a very proud UNWTO ambassador all the way in Brussels, but also a health tourism advocate. So would you like to pick up on what I was telling you and inform us of what is happening, what has been done from a regulatory and I would say political point of view in Brussels?
Thank you so much. Good morning. I'm Mr. Gender Balance, as Alessandra told you. Yes, and you have to know that I'm coming
minority, I would say.
Yeah, I'm coming from the tourist family, so that's why I am sometimes the biggest lobbyist of the tourism industry in the European institutions. 15 or 16 years ago, maybe Csilla knows it better, when I was State Secretary responsible for tourism and President of the Hungarian National Tourism Board, we did together with Csilla in that time, 16, 17 years ago, the first Hungarian spa and health tourism promotion campaign and plan. So it's a long story, not today when I speak the first time about the health tourism. But you have to know, it's very interesting also in my life, and I hope the next 1 year we can use it. In the meantime, I have two topics, two important issues in the European institutions: health and the tourism. Can you imagine my normal daily job under the pandemic? We had two important territories of the policies which was under the pressure. It was the health and, of course, the tourism industry. And after the pandemic, we could change a lot in the minds in Brussels, in the Brussels bubble. For example, and now first I would like to give you 3 sentences about the health. The health and the tourism has the same problem. It's member state competency. It's okay. In some member states it's good, but some other member states where the government doesn't want to care about the tourism industry, it has problems. But in my mind, we have to give more coordination, bigger money budget from European funds to the health and the tourism too. And we could manage, and I was one of the initiators, maybe you heard about this new European pillar, the European Health Union. This is the new important political brand and pillar in Brussels. The European Parliament started it, but the European Commission and the Council made a decision about it. And we could create a new budget. This is the EU for Health budget. It's more or less 6 billion euros. And I mention it because I think together with the UNWTO and together with the ESPA, we have to push the European Commission to use this budget to support the medical and health, tourism, and all those important things what you mentioned here. Because when we are talking about the future of the European tourism, then we have to realize it is our product. From all over, all other parts of the world, they would like to enjoy the European spa and medical treatments and cultures and our beautiful tourism destinations. So, and of course, when we are talking about the pandemic, also Zurab mentioned in his speech the mental health issues because of the pandemic. Now we wrote one European first mental health program. We have the European Cancer Program. We have the diabetes and about the cardiovascular European programs. So the European Union started to do something else. Okay, the member states, the governments has to organize the public health care systems. Nobody would like to touch it from the European institutions. But on European level, to create, for example, money, budget, to have a better and stronger European medical and health tourism, it's necessary. So on my table in the European Parliament, I have these 2 different files. One is the new SANT committee. It's a historical moment because in the European Parliament, 1 month ago, we could establish a new committee. This is the SANT. It is the new health committee. So I think together with Sheila and Alexandra, it would be very useful to organize a meeting, hearing in the new SANT committee about the European health tourism facilities and possibilities. So that one, but I wanted to add now, because it is new. 2 or 3 years ago, it was only in my mind as a dream to speak about the European Health Union and to have our own budget in the European Union. But now we have it. And I would like to ask you to push from all the member states and also from the institutions to push the European Commission to create the same in the tourism. We need solid budget line in the European budget to support the European tourism. And my last, what I would like to tell you, because of the last year's pandemic, Thomas Cook bankruptcy, the war and energy crisis, we need one stable crisis management mechanism in the European Union, because when we have any kinds of problem, for example, in Greece or in Germany or in Italy or in Hungary, 2 days later it will arrive to the tourism industry in all the member states. So we need European solutions and mechanisms. So thank you, Alexandra, your invitation.
Thank you, Istvan. I would say that it's about time that the European Commission puts a commissioner for tourism. Yes. And we just cut it right there and just have the one person in charge of tourism. So I would personally like to urge all the European members present here to support the idea that it's about time we have a commissioner for tourism. I think that is going to facilitate...
We need one commissioner.
Definitely, that is going to facilitate as well the work of all your colleagues in the European Parliament, politicians, everyone, to make sure that the decision-making, the allocation of budget is not just a result of a blood-sharing, effort. Nadim, I don't mind one more for me. Thank you. Thank you, Nadim.
Prosecco for the lady, please. Not the water.
I'm sorry.
Could be a nice panel, you know?
I cannot miss a chance to just always thank my fantastic team present here together with the Bulgarian team.
Alessandra, only one sentence about other topic, because maybe I will not have chance. Together with Marianna, we created one action group half a year ago. And this is about the how we can support the Ukrainian government to rebuild the tourism industry, infrastructure and industry after the war. This is the input action. It's industry of peace, rebuild the Ukrainian tourism. And I really would like to ask you to join this action group. Every month, every second month, we have a Zoom roundtable discussion with several big companies and also stakeholders. So if you would like and you can join us, it would be very, very useful for the future.
Thank you very much, Istvan. I'm also going to, please, a big round of applause for this initiative. I think we should all definitely stand by the courageous ones who take risks. Now, of course, I'm more focused on the other invitation. Did he mention something, me and you going, testing spas everywhere in Europe at his charge? That's what he said? Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you, Istvan, for the invitation.
We know Chilla. I think 1 hour later, I will have the first message from Chilla.
So thank you. Thank you very much. Sika, I wanted to leave you last because you are also not only proudly representing your country in the European Spas Association as vice president, but you are also an expert in balneology and beyond. So I would like you to enlighten us a little bit more in terms of not only the knowledge aspect, but also how you see this sector evolving. I mean, what are the major trends ahead of us? And also the major challenges maybe that we're expecting.
Thank you very much for the excellent question, Alessandra, and happy National Day.
Thank you.
Today. I'm really happy to be on this forum, and I'm happy that in Bulgaria, I'll start with Bulgaria, we have an excellent cooperation with the Ministry of Tourism that are supporting from the very beginning the development of the health tourism. And here are also the colleagues from the European Spa Association. Without the support of the European Spa Association, Bulgaria was not able to create its legislation in the field of health tourism. I'll say just 3 things I think are important for the people in this room, because in this room there is a good combination between the public sector, the private sector, experts, universities, and Istvan, who is our bridge. Because health tourism, we are the bridge between tourism and healthcare. And I'm really happy that Alessandra today agreed to do, and they agreed on their forum to have a meeting with the World Health Organization, because health tourism is a part of the healthcare. And that's the main point, the main goal. And never mind who is thinking about which country is having more natural remedies or less natural remedies. The pandemic shows that the only open tourism was the medical tourism. During the pandemic, we had a very good cooperation here with the health authorities, and in Bulgaria was not closed during the COVID period, and our spas were the one that was supporting the healthcare sector. Mrs. Georg-Meissner, the president of the German Spa Association, mentioned that €1 invested in the prevention and healthcare is saving €7 from the health budgets. And that is something we should highlight. And of course, we need here the support of the medical universities. We need the support of the UNWTO to create special programs for cross skills, because we are facing at the moment, not only in Bulgaria, I spoke with my colleague Martin from Czech Republic, also with other colleagues, we will face the biggest problem with the lack of doctors specialized in the physical and rehabilitation medicine. Hopefully in the second session today, we will have some solutions. So my vision is that the health tourism is the future for Europe. This is our USP, what you mentioned, and the Secretary General mentioned in his presentation. We should really rebrand Europe and to promote in this pandemic period, because we don't know what will happen tomorrow, that Europe is unique with its nature, healing resources, we have the medical competences, and we need politics, promotion, lobby in Brussels, also to promote to HISIS, to China, our excellent medical tourism product. The most sustainable, green and social product, part of the tourism portfolio. That's my final speech.
Thank you very much. Straight to the point. It is very important that we finally mention the word that everybody likes to use but nobody likes to practice, which is sustainability. So, of course, I'm sorry we started late. This, of course, is going to lead to a little bit of delay. I do propose that, I'm sure you all had fantastic breakfast, so I do propose that you think of your coffee, you just put it a little bit later. By the way, coffee not really good, huh? We should all move to herbal teas and stuff like that, you know. For example, I'm on my 10th coffee this morning, so I'm really doing so bad. I so much need that treatment, Chilla. So, having said this, I would like to propose that after we wrap up, you can stay and hear our keynotes from USA and China before we actually reconvene for a more technical focus with Chilla Mezosi. But before wrapping up, I need to take you exactly on this topic. Sustainability. Mariam, sustainability, I mean, it's in your portfolio. It's written right there. So how do you make sure it's implemented in your portfolio, but also with regards to this specific sector that is growing?
Well, like you rightly said, sustainability is something that we all talk about, but it's not that easy to ensure that we implement it properly for the sake of sustainable development that our country, and I believe all of the countries represented in this room, aim to strive, especially for tourism. I mean, we always obviously talk about the benefits of tourism, how it supports countries' economic development as as well as supports creating jobs, etc., etc. But then, on the other hand, we always try to avoid talking about the disadvantages of this industry might bring to our own nature, depreciation of infrastructure, and of course the environment. So I think understanding the good sides and comparably less good sides of any industry, and since we're talking about tourism, sustainability brings the biggest value to ensure that we have proper way of development and proper vision that we follow. In our country, I think one of the way we work with sustainability is to have action plan, vision, and then follow this action plan. At the same time, we have very tight partnership and collaboration with private sector, because you can never take that road as a solo player, as government. So you really need to have and to be on the same page with private sector to ensure that we all believe in the same thing, we all believe in the action plan put on the table, and then we all lead this path to it. On this way of ensuring sustainability, sustainable development, I think what we are always trying to do now, I think it's been already a month since Prime Minister declared that Georgia will be investing more than 1 billion in refining the tourism infrastructure. 1 billion, which is, trust me, a very big amount of money for such a country like Georgia, but that will serve the main purpose also for sustainability, accessibility, ensuring that we have better mobility within the countries, region to region, ensuring that private sector has better infrastructure locally in village, in the suburbs, to ensure that they can invest further in sustainable tourist development. So I think it just combines much more than simply saying that we want to grow sustainably, but also to ensure that in any other field, would it be infrastructure, would it be tourism, would it be other fields of economy, or would it be health, it is crucial for every responsible government to ensure that we do everything in a responsible and sustainable way.
Thank you so much. Mariana, I know it's difficult, but what is sustainability for you at the moment?
I think it's a huge question, because sometimes, you know, when I'm in some discussions where people talk about the pollutions from aircrafts, and I'm looking at the pictures of destroyed cities, destroyed national parks, flora and fauna, that is totally being destroyed, like the national preserves used as military bases by Russians. Like the damage to all of the ecology in the big part of Europe. I mean, you all probably know how big Ukraine is the biggest country on the European continent. It's a big challenge. And of course, at the same time, we think for us is also sustainability in the terms of how we will rebuild those cities. And that from the beginning, we will just not to try to rebuild everything very fast and making it uncomfortable later for people to live, and who will be these people who will come back there again because they left their homes, they don't exist anymore. And then when we start rebuilding, who they will be. And unfortunately, we have a lot of, really, most of our tourism was concentrated in the western part of Ukraine, like Carpathian Mountains. I will even move a little bit on the, yes, it's our map. So it's western part, which is bordering Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and then south of Ukraine that is now partly occupied. And when we talk about our nature resorts, you see how many of them are in Crimea and southern part of Ukraine, eastern part of Ukraine. And now, you know, we don't know what is left out of that. And it will be a big challenge for us to rebuild this all and the infrastructure that is developed. But infrastructure is more or less easy to develop, but to rebuild. But to rebuild, to recover nature, the flora and fauna, as I said, and of course we cannot resurrect people, unfortunately, that died. And also, it's not moving, but yeah, something's not working. We see the possibilities also for modernization of these old sanatorium, constructions of new hotels, but like thinking about sustainability of the environment that they will be built, and construction of various recreation areas and attractions, infrastructure around mineral springs. And we have like very good competitive advantages as Ukraine, of course, and we have really high quality of medical services, which now a lot of people who had left Ukraine, who worked in medical tourism, went to many other countries. Now they actually value what good quality we have. And these are the actually things we do. And these are examples in western part of Ukraine, some of the resorts. The Emily Resort actually was opened last year. So during the war, we still open new hotels, new spa facilities, and they are full with visitors. These are also other ones, and we have really high quality infrastructure because, as I said, we are a big country, and but some still need investment and development. So yeah, I think that we all will need to talk about this sustainable rebuild of tourism in Ukraine. And I'm really grateful to Istvan for the initiative where we put together all the stakeholders, and for UNWTO for supporting us with a plan of recovery. And sustainability should be a key bridge there when we will talk about rebuilding Ukrainian tourism.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Mariana. I think you know how much we're all supporting and focusing on being very concrete.
We don't need that video, sorry, yeah. Was the...
You sure?
Yes, yes.
Okay, absolutely.
We are short in time, so...
Well, are you sure it's just the reason why you don't
No, you can put it maybe while we talk without sound, so just to see the infrastructure of one of the regions, is Lviv region, that is now became, that actually 50% growth of tourism comparing to pre-war period.
The plan that we're planning with you is actually called Ukraine Rebirth. I think the rebirth is also metaphorically something that allows us to design a second life, which is like, we want to do it better, be better, and maybe live better from the lessons learned. So we do hope this is absolutely going to be the beginning. Once again, I'm seeing a lot of men. I'm very disappointed. We have to
no,
do
that's the thing. We did it on purpose because unfortunately, wherever I go, there's, you go and there's like beautiful girls.
Inhospitable people turn us into inquisitive young people, ready to change ourselves and the world around us over and over
and
again.
Everybody's, so we thought, okay,
take care of your usefulness beforehand. The prevention is better than cure.
Women, these are the ones who actually care
Place
more about their
confidence
health.
to those who will care of your snow-white healthy smile. Either muscular strength and endurance of your smooth and toned skin and body.
Some very amazing sustainable destinations of spa present here. We have Slovenia, Croatia, that are incredible spa destinations. I'll be curious to ask as well, what are they doing in their marketing campaign if they're targeting men as well? Let's see. I do understand. Very quickly, Yeva, I'm going to leave you for last because I think about all of that, you deserve the closing pitch. But about this, Sika, sustainability for you now, what does it mean?
In Bulgaria, definitely, health tourism is the most sustainable product. Over 60% average occupancy. You know that the image of Bulgaria was, in the past, a destination for summer tourism and ski tourism. Nowadays, all of the smart investors here in this hall, the CEO of St. Constantine and Helena, Albena, and other spa health resorts, I'll say, they're investing in health tourism because it allows them to offer a sustainable product to keep working places to keep employees, because as you mentioned, tourism is about the people. If we do not save our people, we are not able to offer a service. And health tourism is the one that is offering sustainability, and those investors who are investing in health tourism, they are able to offer sustainable product. Of course, without support from the government, without support from Brussels, we are not able to change very quickly with the green topic that is promoted from Europe. Because to invest in green, it costs money. We, of course, are sharing, this is the biggest advantage in the European Spa Association, because we are sharing knowledges between the countries. And here we offered few instruments to Brussels to support the local economies. One of the system, Lithuania is here, I'll use the opportunity to say congratulations for your voucher system. You supported your local economy during COVID. Czech Republic, you are the only one who promoted the voucher system, just for people that are not in the topic. Czech Republic supported with 230 euro, if I'm not wrong, for each European citizen who would like to invest in promotion and prophylaxis in the Czech spas. So such kind of instruments are needed, even for young people, Alessandra, because we are talking about mental health. After 2 years in COVID, I think that the new generation, the teenagers, they will need much more access, much more contact with the nature, and of course, medical competence. Sustainability, I see in the health tourism because of the people, because of the nature, save the nature, we are green tourism, and we need support financial from all levels in this process.
Thank you very much. I actually would like to draw everyone's attention on the fact that you've all seen we've done the Global Youth Tourism Summit last year, first edition. We accompanied it with a beautiful research of basically was an inquiry to all young people how they were feeling. And the majority of them, 78% of them around the world, said that they were depressed and not hopeful for the future. And we're talking about a target of 12 to 18. So we have to worry. If our youth tells us that they are not hopeful about the future and they're feeling not okay, we really have to worry. As Mariana said, is really focusing about how are we preparing them for the future? How do we make sure that all of this, whether it's the pandemic, is the masks, is the idea of the war, is facing death closely, how is all of that not going to affect their capability of becoming great human beings? Istvan, what did you want to add?
Finally, I wanted to mention two things, because you spoke about some kind of campaign, some kind of advertisement on European level for the European health tourism, European spa tourism. And that's why it's interesting after the pandemic, when we are talking about the European strategy, then we need money and we need partners, for example, in the third countries, to promote the European facilities. So, for example, Mr. Wang Wei from the High Seas Group, who is here now, and the High Seas Group, together with the ESPA, we would like to promote the European, not only the Hungarian, not only the Bulgarian, but Europe as a destination, as a big destination. We would like to promote it, for example, in China the next months. The other thing which is important, because we have to speak about it, you mentioned, I think the biggest challenge when we are talking about the tourism in Europe is the skills and the workers. We don't have. And also the same problem in the health. We don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough caregivers. And in the service industry, the same problem. So this is the biggest challenge, I think. That's why I'm happy about this information. The UNWTO has more and more education partners. And for example, the school in Switzerland, the BVIS, where I am the president of the board, so that's why I can inform you. We have a plan together with the ESPA to have one health tourism management faculty. And we made agreement with the Maltese government and also in Scotland and in Great Britain. So I think we can start together with the ESPA one health management, health tourism management faculty. So this is the future, but we need the UNWTO to coordinate and to promote all of them. So thank you so much, Alessandra.
Thank you for you, Istvan. Silvia. So are we all coming to Carlo Vivari in October?
I hope so, and will come. So I'm not the organizer, of course, organizers are over there, but I was so pleased to see Carlsbad on the picture, and I hope that you will spend a great time, because Carlsbad is one city, a spa city in a triangle near the German border, so one of the most popular and spa town in the Czech Republic. So I hope you will enjoy it, and that you will heal yourself and breathe the fresh air and drink a lot of becherovka and so on.
Fantastic. Sylvia, are there any Sylvia, are there any saunas in Carlsbad?
Of course.
I hope so. Yes.
Well, I'm not sure they're as good as these saunas. Please.
But so which one?
You're gonna see. I don't.
Okay.
I mean, the timing was. I'm waiting for the video to be screened out.
Yes.
Again, man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I like it too. I mean.
Ever wondered what a genuine Lithuanian sauna experience is really like? Do you imagine something like this? Or this? Or maybe this? In Lithuania, it can be all of these and more. Here, a sauna is a place that you define. It can be a place where you face your biggest fears, discover your own boiling point, and make the heat become your friend, for a little bit at least. Or it could be your spa, your tranquil temple, your room for ideas, your office even. It's your choice how to experience Lithuanian sauna. And believe us, there are no bad choices here. Just one small piece of advice from experienced sauna lovers. Whatever you choose, don't forget to let yourself go and really feel the heat, the steam, the touch, the leaves, the air, and the water. After all, it's this combination of natural elements that makes the Lithuanian sauna experience truly authentic. Find your sauna self in Lithuania.
The girl was not running from the bear.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. Thank you. We now leave space for one of our outstanding keynotes, all the way from China. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Once again, a big round of applause for our speakers. I know you're supposed to have coffee breaks, but we're very bad with you, so we're not going to let you have it. We would like to have Mr. Wang Gui to join us here for his keynote delivery speech.
This will allow us to almost catch our schedule before lunch, so that you can then enjoy that in all its splendor. If you can please take your seats. Thank you. I'm sure you will be able to finish your conversations a bit later during lunch. I am very pleased and very honored to be able to introduce the next speaker, the first keynote. We have Mr. Wang Wei with us. He's the CEO of HISEA's International Tourism Group. Please allow me a short introduction before I invite him to the stage. Mr. Wang has a very strong educational background in the field of business and management, and is currently pursuing a degree at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Prior to that, he completed a master's degree at Beijing University Wanghua School of Management. I apologize for my pronunciation. From 2015 to 2019, and a bachelor's degree at Beijing International Studies University from 2000 to 2004. In terms of work experience, he has been serving as the CEO of HISEA's International Tourism Group since 2013. Before that, from 2008 to 2013, Mr. Wang Wei worked as the Deputy General Manager at HISEA's Sino Europe Consultancy in Beijing. Additionally, he has held positions of responsibility in social and professional organizations, including Chief Representative in China for the Europe-China OBOR Culture and Tourism Development Committee, and Vice Chairman of the European Union Working Committee of China-Europe Association for Technical and Economic Cooperation. Without further ado, Mr. Wang Wei, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks for Sheila invitation, and I have this opportunity to share about China and the tourism industry and healthy tourism. And as you know, and you can call me Duma. Yeah, you can also call me Duma. And my company is HISEA, is an experienced destination management corporation for Europe. Chinese market is our first market, and Southeast Asia is our second market. Yeah, and we are also the lead player in Vietnam, Thai, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Philippines. As a major player, I'm very happy to share my views on the recovery of China's outbound tourism to Europe. Okay, the next slide. This one? Okay, yeah. So, and in this Q1, and China has announced officially open to the world. They announced the 2 lists of destinations to which outbound group can be get, including 13 European countries. And by my forecast, until end of the August, and maybe majority of countries in Europe will be on the 3rd list. So, and it's mean, and the Chinese travelers, and will come back soon. And April 5th, Hungary welcomed the first Chinese tour group with ADS visa. This is after pandemic, first officially ADS visa group from China to Europe. And also HISEA was the local service provider. We consider this group's visit is officially pressing the start button for Chinese travelers coming back to Europe. Before pandemic, and my company, HISEA, host over 8,000 groups per year, accounting for over 200,000 travelers. Based on our new orders of this year, in Q1, the group volume has only recovered to 20% of 2019 level. But in Q3, the number will reach 50% of 2019 level. So it's mean and July and August, and you will find many Chinese groups and in European again. But Q3, the good news is we got many orders from China. And they will come back the 2029 level, 80%. The pace of the market recovery is 3 months earlier than what we expected at the beginning of this year. But with such a positive forecast, we still need to have a clear mind. The road of recovery is never straight line. As present, and we also face some major problem. Let me show you. Okay. The first problem is flights. Flights between Europe and China before pandemic, and there were more than 400 flights weekly from China to Europe, different countries. And in this Q2, and only 100 flights. So, and less flights is mean, and for travelers' expenses will be very high. So flight tickets now is very expensive. But in Q3, the number will increase to 200. By the end of October, China to European flights will come back to half of the line of 2019 level. Second, it's a visa application. Because only few countries in Europe and the Chinese travelers don't need a visa can get in. But most of and they need Schengen and even multiple entrance Schengen visa. So and the visa application now for Chinese travelers is a big problem. And for example, the French visa and the average they need waiting for 8 weeks. They can get the visa application slots. Yeah, because during the pandemic, so unstaffed offices are difficult to deal with so high demand. And but I think maybe in September or October, and when the visa center and they can hire more staff, and the situation will become normal, maybe as before pandemic. In addition, and we have to face the tourism supply chain pressure and the labor shortage. It will take some time for supply chain of European tourism resources to fully fixed. The supply of hotels, restaurants, coaches is unable to keep up with the pace of marketing recovery, especially the coach and the coach drivers. Because a lot of coach drivers, they live from the tour industry to drive truck. But now and in whole Europe, we less have the experienced hospitality drivers. Also, the coach is a problem, big problem, because the war and most of the coach factory in Europe is not 100% running, and maybe just 1/3 running. So, and if we put money to buy new coach, and the average need waiting 10 months. But the Asian and the China travelers, they have the patient, they're very patient, and they want to come back quickly. But unfortunately, it's not enough coach. I think maybe end of this year, the problem will be very big. Yeah. So I think and the industry people can find a solution next few months. This is also a big problem. Next, I share. Okay. So I share the transformation of Chinese travelers. And for China market, the COVID-19 has made people more care about their health. There is a growing number of consumers tend to choose healthy tourism products. And we have noticed some major changes in Chinese visitors' travel behavior after pandemic. Tourists would like to choose specialized travel products and slow-paced experience. Service quality is valued. People prefer healthy and well-being products. They want to experience more activities instead of in-store experience, and getting more interested in discovering lesser-known destinations. Chinese tourists are putting wellness and self-care first. Would like to choose travel package include medical care and wellness activities. The spa is very popular, especially European spa program is very popular in China. For example, almost every Chinese travelers go to Iceland. The Blue Lagoon, it's the must put in schedule. Otherwise, nobody take this package. So for Chinese travel, okay, next. Okay. So, this slide, I will share the Chinese urban healthy tourism. For Chinese customers, Japan was the most popular healthy tourism destination, followed by Europe. Because Japan is close to China, and every year over 10 million Chinese people go to Japan. And most of them choose a spa and a hot spring program. But I think Europeans still have big potential for future. And in particular, China expanding middle class become more interested in using global resources to keep themselves healthy. Depending on their demands, they choose different countries. For example, they do physical checkup in Japan and receiving anti-aging injection in Switzerland, in Germany, and treat eyes in Germany and in Brussels, and underdo plastic surgery and in Korea or Thailand. They have the gene testing and assisted reproduction operations in the US. Most people who choose physical checkup are in their 40s. Well, young women aged between 20 to 30 from the largest consumer group for plastic surgery trip to Korea and Thai. And anti-aging is always popular, especially for high net worth individuals seek long-term anti-aging program and disease prevention solutions. And they are sensitive about physical changes. For this kind of group of people in China, Europe is the best choice. For government, China government, healthy is also in strategy. Yeah. Because in 2019, and the China government has published its first long-term healthy plan called Healthy China 2030. This is a major national strategy to speed up the development of China medical and well-being tourism. Okay, and this slides I will share and HICE's mission on healthy tourism. Therefore, our partner with European Spa Association and the OBOR committee, HICE has been work on three fields on healthy tourism. First, destination and products marketing. Supported by ETC in this year, and we will start online promotion events in China to promote less-known European spa and hot spring destinations to Chinese travelers. and let them learn about the importance of healthy tourism and also the medical spa. And secondly, many countries face an increasingly aging population, but China is now home to the largest population of older people in the world. You know the number. At the end of the 2025, in China, this number will be over 300 million Chinese people aged over 60 years old. And the number will reach 420 million by 2035. In 2015, this number will be approach 500 million. So, and big market, big opportunities in future in China. And well, aging brings great challenges, but also provide development opportunities for healthy tourism and long-term healthy care services. Currently, the first generation of China middle class is about to retire. They are expecting for the high-quality retirement life with a higher standard to afford healthy service. Therefore, based on the local tourism resources, I just explained in China and what kind of opportunity we can find. Many local government-owned companies in China, because China is big, different province, and they have different government-owned company. And this kind of companies, they concentrate to investment tourism. And most of them, and in last 10 years, and they invest a number of healthy care resorts and nursing homes. But most of these projects without a successful management experience and operation model. So, and this project failed to provide qualified services and run at a very low occupancy rate. So, and now the developing standard is very low in China. So, and I think it's a very big opportunity. But healthy tourism in Europe is better to develop and has a more complete operation system. HISIS is willing to help European hot spring brand and wellness hotel brands and professional nursing institutions to enter China and find Chinese government partners. Third, the education part. For the education part in China, there is still a big market because there is still a lack of experience in staff training, which has influenced the development of the China healthy care industry. HISIS has deep understanding in the tourism industry and have a very good government relationship. And we are able to make good use of our resources and the social network in Europe and in China. This year, and we have been working on helping Chinese vocational schools offer healthy courses to cooperate with the European school to run international talent training program for healthy tourism major. And hopefully next month, and HISIS will just as a bridge and support Hungary part and Guizhou province and sign agreement between two parts and for healthy industry. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and this is all my share and my informations from China, from Asia. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. Next up, as a keynote speaker, we were going to have with us today Mr. Armin Ernst. Unfortunately, due to some unforeseen personal circumstances, he was not able to travel, but he sent us a video message just before we go, a short introduction. He's an executive physician with over 20 years of experience in healthcare around the world. He has extensive managerial experience in building integrated high-performance systems and teams within large academic medical centers, ambulatory care systems, and for-profit and non-profit healthcare environments. He's a key member of the Steward leadership team and has been for several years as CEO and president of Steward Healthcare International. Dr. Ernst has been responsible for exporting the Steward mission and vision of high-value, sustainably financed and integrated healthcare outside of the USA, and currently oversees operations in Europe and Latin America.
Good afternoon from Boston, Massachusetts. I apologize that I cannot join you in person today. My name is Armin Ernst, and I'm the CEO of Steward Healthcare International. Steward Healthcare International and Steward Healthcare are health delivery organizations that are represented on 3 continents with over 45,000 employees. We are leaders in value-based and accountable care medicine. It is an honor for me to serve as a senior advisor to Secretary General Zurab Wolowikashvili. I concentrate on matters of health delivery, health policy, and health tourism. Health tourism, as you know, is care people seek outside their home country. Generally speaking, this happens for many and various reasons, some of which are local wait times, availability of procedures, availability of certain therapies, cost, etc. The private sector is certainly very much focused on this, and it has seen substantial growth over the last year and decades. But today, healthcare in tourism is much more than just that. In 2023, we are expecting up to 1 billion traveling people around the globe. This is after the COVID-19 pandemic, and traveling is most certainly back with a vengeance. Now, what we do need to consider are changing demographics of travelers in a changing world. Tourists today are older and suffer from more chronic diseases than just even 10 and 20 years ago. Now, with those changes, we do need to consider healthcare supporting tourism and maintenance of health status as really emerging components of this that we have to strongly consider. Healthcare supporting tourism is really funding in critical infrastructure in case of medical events tourism may suffer. And this includes hospitals, clinics, and obviously easy access to all of those. These are increasingly required, but they also do play an increasing role in travel decision-making for individuals. And we should remember in all of this that investment in this critical infrastructure benefits local populations by increasing access to facilities and better care. Health maintenance, on the other hand, is also increasing as a reason for people to travel primarily. A great example here is Bulgaria and the surrounding region with its SPA initiative that is highly successful and should be developed further. This broadening understanding of healthcare in tourism, healthcare tourism and everything related to it really has added multiple layers that now need to be considered in this changing world. It needs focus in tourism and industry and infrastructure planning, and I do strongly believe that this is an area where the United Nations World Tourism Organization needs and can continue to lead. Myself, as well as the organization I represent, will be supportive in any way possible and are always accessible should you have any questions or needs that do arise. I know you do have a busy meeting in front of you, so I will leave you with my best wishes for a successful conference. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to meeting you all in person at another occasion sometime soon. Goodbye.
Thank you, Dr. Ernst. Next up is our own colleague, Ms. Natalia Bayuna. She's the Director of the Innovation, Education and Investments Department. She's also the leader of our Innovation and Digital Transformation Strategy and holds a bachelor degree in Government and International Relations from the Universidad Externado de Colombia and an executive MBA from IE Business School. She's part of the World Economic Forum Network as a European digital leader for IE Business School. She served as the Vice President of International Development for the Spain Startup South Summit and also organized the first South Summit Pacific Alliance, connecting the main stakeholders of the entrepreneurship ecosystem of Colombia, Chile, Mexico, and Peru.
It's my pleasure to be here today talking about one of the UNWTO's strongest priorities, education. Did you know that 50% of youth working in tourism only have secondary skills? Did you know that tourism is the top employer of youth? Did you know that 2/3 of Europeans working in tourism only have secondary skills? Did you know that vocational training is one of the most important things when it comes to tourism education, because there are more than 2 million jobs that can be created only on vocational tourism? All of these questions have to be analyzed and have to be solved within the framework of our political regional commissions and of course our thematic sessions and forums where the UNWTO is invited. It's really my pleasure to be here today talking about what we are doing, what's the education journey inside the UNWTO. For the first time in history of this organization, we are working on the different paths that can help us to create a strongest education for all. First of all, when it comes to high schools, we are working for the first time with AHLEI, American Hotel and Hospitality Association, with Cambridge, and with IBO, the International Baccalaureate Organization in Switzerland, in order to create a partnership that can help us to guide our member states to include tourism as a subject in secondary schools. Why? Because of course, if we include tourism as part of the educational path of teenagers, we can help them to increase the possibilities to create an economic career in tourism and to help the society, of course, to grow and to keep tourism really near to the most important, as the most important human economic sector. Second of all, we are launching with Lucerne University the first Bachelor's in Science in International Sustainable Tourism. It's the first time in history we are working with a top academic institution to create unique content with all the UNWTO expertise, content with UN diplomacy, destination management, data-driven decisions, statistics, sustainability, innovation, entrepreneurship, of course, investments, UNWTO simulation of all our conferences, among others, are part of this journey. We think that the only way to assure excellence is not only by having a lot of quality in the content that is taught, but also in the affordability of those programs. So that's why we are doing this strong effort to bring next September the first course of these bachelors in Madrid. Second year will be hybrid, and the third year will be in Switzerland. Not only the UN House in general, but also the house of the strongest quality education in the world when it comes to tourism. So this is another opportunity that we are bringing together in the UNWTO with strong academic institutions. Third of all, when it comes to online education and executive education, we launched 4 years ago the Online Academy, the first and unique tourism platform where we have been partnering with more than 20 academic institutions to bring an overall universe of tourism education, from culinary arts, artificial intelligence, innovation, tourism management, Chinese market approaches, and everything related to this incredible sector: communications, marketing, international law and tourism, among others. Today, we have more than 60,000 students from more than 100 nationalities, and we need to increase more and more. We have been partnering with universities like PolyU in Hong Kong, the Swiss Education Group, La Roche, Lyon, École Ducasse, Externado Colombia, Mandarin centers from China, Cornell. I can keep talking about the top universities here, but the most important thing is that this is a pretty example of how you can scale up the way people are educated, how you can impact directly their lives, because thanks to the online academy, people can access to affordable and quality education. People can get a certificate from the UNWTO and a very prestigious university for €0, but only for paying for the certificate, that is only €50. And if people don't have access, as well, we have a scholarship program to give affordability, but of course quality education for all. Last but not least, I absolutely agree that if we create executive education as well, tailor-made education is the way we can foster and we can really create a human capital development strategy when it comes to tourism. That's why the fourth point in our agenda when it comes to education is to help the different governments to create their own academies in collaboration with the UNWTO. We are working with Uzbekistan, with Azerbaijan, with Portugal in Europe, in order to create the first academies where vocational and management are together in order to create a strong workforce in tourism. The idea is to create online education path plus train the trainers program to help teachers to get updated on all the content that they need to teach others in terms of tourism, and of course to create different tracks where people can access to vocational and technical education and professional and management education. So content as how to be a bartender, how to serve in a restaurant, how to create culinary arts settings, how to be a good destination manager, how to be a good hotel manager, how to be a good travel operator, and of course, how to be a good tourism entrepreneur is part of our journey. Remember that more than 85% of the touristic chain is created by the small and medium enterprises. So having an entrepreneurial and innovation mindset is key if we want to deliver and bring a high economic development thanks to the tourism sector. Please, I just want to give you all the best during this journey and this thematic session on skills, and I want really to invite you to follow our UNWTO Academy social media, to join the UNWTO network, and to help us to spread these 4 pillars: the bachelor's, the online academy, the creation of executive education and the academies, and of course the toolkit to create tourism as a subject in high schools in every single place where you go, and to become our ambassadors, our education ambassadors, in order to help this economic sector not only to grow but also to be sustained thanks to the development in talent. And always remember, the best investment you can do is invest in people. Thank you and enjoy the journey.
Thank you, Natalia. And now it's time for our second panel, so I will not take more time. Cilla, please join me on stage to present your excellent panelists. Yes, they will mic you, yes.
Stage, I would like to use the time and to ask my dear panelists from all segments of the medical tourism sector. First, Professor Dr. Todorka Kostadinova, come to the stage. Representing the best case from Bulgaria, Mrs. Elica Stoilova from UMNI. We will hear about artificial intelligence. Mr. Massimo Caputi, President of Federterme. Mr. Roberto Antunes, Executive Director NEST from Portugal. And Mr. Ricardo Letao, Nova Medical School, Health and Tourism Lab Director from Portugal. Shall I sit here? Or... We don't waste time. So, as you heard our presentation from the European spas, and all our colleagues are facing the same problem, lack of skilled workers. And tourism, as we also highlighted, is the job people to people. So today, we have, luckily, all kind of sector which is involved in the health tourism, all different professionals. And we invited these guests because they have some good examples which can give us at least the light in the tunnel, and maybe this kind of experience can be a good example in many other European countries. So, Professor Dora, as Vice President of the, so I will sit back, okay? Because then it's easier for me.
Of course. If you allow me. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes? If you allow me, I would like to start a little bit interactive. And it is a short moment that I'm doing always with the students in the master program of healthcare management, because they are going to be prepared for leaders. And I'm asking always two questions. Why they are here, why they do something, and how. And the people, there is a sentence that the people that are looking to answer the question why are always the leaders. They know why they are doing this. And the people that are looking to answer the question how, they always will have a good job, because they know the instruments. Now, we should answer these two questions in our hall, in our session. Why we are here, dear guests, dear colleagues, dear friends? What is our purpose? What is our goal? What is our cause? This is the health and well-being of the people, of our countries, and the well-being of our planet. And how we will do this? We do this for doing and achieving this purpose, to work together for the better health of people and planet. We need instruments, and these instruments are not easier, but also not complex to find in this life, in our times. Well, the technologies can help us a lot. And I can share with you
what we are doing in the Medical University in Varna, because I'm representing this university in the moment, and the fact that I'm invited and I'm here in this panel is also an evidence that we are working together. We are answering and looking to answer the question, why and how? And I would like to underline the leading role of the medical universities and medical colleges in the international, regional, and national level in the transformation process in the education and training of current and future professionals. Because the technologies and the life is developing so fast that we need to train not only to educate the future professionals, but also to train the current teams and people that are working in the field of healthcare and in the field of tourism. So spa wellness are related with prevention, with promotion and rehabilitation, and always with good quality of life. That is what we are doing in our university, and we started many, many years ago. We started to work and we met with the team of Bulgarian Spa Association more than 10 years ago, but more than 6 years ago, we understood the need of the business and developed and established a new master program in the field of rehabilitation, maritime, wellness, and spa. And this is also a good developing master program. We are working together with the business, also with our partners, and we started to develop so-called program councils. We have these program councils in every faculty for every specialty, in medicine, in dental medicine, in pharmacy, in rehabilitation, in kinesiotherapy, in healthcare management, for all specialties. In the university, we have these councils, and we are inviting people from the business, from the practice, to share with us their ideas, their needs, and also to correct something that we didn't see or it is not working very well. And I'm very proud to say that two of our members of our councils are here in our panel, also Dr. Sika Katsarova and Mrs. Elena Koseva, the Executive Director of St. Constantine Elena, the President of Bulgarian Spa Association, and they are invited not only to discuss with us the business part of the education program, but also to be guest lecturers. And our students are very excited to hear what the people in practice can say and what they can show them. And we are also doing our practicing periods in different spa hotels. Something that I can say is that the Medical University Varna, you can see also here the internet site, because we have I brought some videos, but we have an academic television only working for the purpose of education and health promotion. So you can see on our website all these videos and everything that is interesting for you in the fields of spa, well-being, tourism, and health, of course. The main field of our partnership is also preparing this kind of doctors, medical doctors, because according to the ordinance for medical spa and spa centers in Bulgaria, which is not very new, but since 2016, 2019, was co-signed by the Minister of Health, not only by the Minister of Tourism, which is a big success for us. According to this ordinance, the medical spa centers have to have also medical doctors, nurses, educated in the medical universities. So this is the purpose that we are, and the reason that we are here together, not only here as leaders, but also as educators, to prepare the new medical doctors in physiotherapy, in physiology, in these specialties that are attractive for them, and in the same time they are needed in the spa tourism and wellness tourism. The other partnership that I would like to underline is the partnership between the Medical University Varna and the European Health Management Association. I'm going now to the part answering the question why, the question how. How the instruments are the communication and the technologies. Now we have very, very advanced medical equipment, medical technologies, communication technologies, educational technologies. We can work together from a distance, work better together than in the previous times. The European Health Management Association is based in Brussels, and our university is a member of this organization. I'm working as part of the board and have been 2 years vice president, and then we decided also to somehow to incorporate the idea that in health and healthcare management we must talk about medical tourism. And they are very excited, my colleagues. I'm going after this meeting also to the annual conference in Rome for the Health Management Association, where I have also a panel, and we'll speak and we'll tell them about our panel and our conference. And in frame of this partnership between the Medical University and European Health Management Association, we developed in frame of Erasmus Plus program, our health, the tourism minister, Ilin Dimitrov, mentioned the instruments, the program Erasmus Plus. We already have this big project with more than 24 countries in Europe, doing the training, preparing a distance and electronic training for the people working in the healthcare. And in this training, I personally will do and also include the questions and different disciplines that are related to medical spa, to education in the field of prevention, rehabilitation, quality of life in the medical and health tourism. And you see here the internet addresses and sites. You can enter these links and you can see the whole project and also the things that we are going to do. This is what I can share for now. The very important thing that I would like also to mention is since the 10th of November 2020, there is an initiative Pact of Skills in the European Commission. And I propose here in our panel to think a little bit. After that, you will decide.
We are member already. European SPA signed it.
Yeah,
membership.
good. The Pact of Skills, just to be together in the Pact of Skills and develop these skills in our educational program. And I stop here because the time is limited. Thank you very much for your attention and for the invitation.
Thank you very much. And first of all, for the great overview. So, but just a few words. Professor Dr. Todorka Kostadinova is Vice Rector of the Medical University in Varna and also former Deputy Minister of Health in Bulgaria. And as you have seen, also board member of the European Health Management Association. For me, it was the most important information, and I see you do it by heart, because you, for us, and the tourist business is very hard to connect with the doctors. And because you are in the medical university and you believe on the medical spa treatments, you acted very fast also on the needs of the business. But you are like an ambassador in all medical associations to promote medical spas. Thank you very much. And we need much more supporters like this. One other advantage, maybe for all other spa associations, in the Bulgarian Spa Association, medical university are also members. So education, mayors, and business providers are all together in one association. I think this is also something special which is not very normal in all other countries. So let's get to the digitalization, artificial intelligence, which is a very big highlight in our business, and we are a little bit old stylish, so it's high time to talk also about modern innovations. Mrs. Alica Stoilova.
Eli.
Okay, Eli. From UMNI, Her company won the UNWTO Global Startup Competition in Digitalization. First of all, congratulations. It was just a few months ago.
Thank you.
So we will get definitely, absolutely updated information how we can work easily, saving time, concentrating on the business and sales, and making our life more enjoyable and using the technology.
And bring young people to it.
Yes, to make the tourist sector more sexy.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you for the opportunity to share my food for thoughts here in this honorable audience. I would like to make a note that although I was presented as a startupper or a lady from the startup environment, I bring to the stage over 20 years of experience in hospitality. My last positions before to co-found Omni was general manager of a spa hotel and a destination marketing consultant. So I bring to the stage a few food for thoughts here. I hope to leave a few food for thoughts, mixing together my knowledge and experience in hospitality, as well the last 5 years in technology. We talk here about education, and my personal opinion is that education is the most important strategic area of investment, not only on a government level, but it's actually for every business or organization. That's where the focus has to lie as a strategic area of investment. And artificial intelligence is becoming the most important strategic area of investment in education. So the things are becoming inseparable, education and artificial intelligence. I wanted to start differently today, but just last night when I came back from the dinner, I received in my newsletter the latest report of Stanford University about the Artificial Intelligence Index Report 2023. And there was a large section about education there in the United States, and I want just to share a few things because I think they show the trend and they outline where we are going. The first thing that the report is highlighting is that the demand of AI-related professional skills is increasing across every American industrial sector, including tourism. Means employees of the United States are increasingly looking for workers with AI-related skills. I believe it's very important to notice. Then what has been noticed is that the proportion of the companies adopting AI in 2022 has more than doubled since 2017. And the amount is increasing 50 to 16% on annual base. The organizations that have already adopted AI report are realizing, and as you mentioned it, a meaningful cost decreases and revenue increases, and it's based on automation of routine tasks, data collection analysis, which we heard today it was mentioned, we miss data. It's time to start collecting data, analyzing it, and artificial intelligence is what helps us as an instrument to do it. Then these are instruments that help us be 24/7 in service and personalize the services, therefore selling more, caring better. So these are all trends that artificial intelligence is helping. And extremely important is to find out that it's already in 27 states in the United States. In 2022, they require all high schools to offer computer science and AI courses. Mm-hmm. And there are already 3 states, Maryland, South Carolina, and Arkansas, that have 92% to 98% of the schools already have such classes. Why I'm highlighting these things? We're talking about technology relevance of the businesses and the instruments we use, and the technology relevance of tourism industry, and today we talk about the spa industry, because the new generation that is growing now, and we know that tourism industry is an entry-level position very often, like I believe it was 30% of the hospitality positions in Europe are held by students before the pandemic. So this is entry position, level position job. The students that are coming now from the schools, the young people that are growing now, and we want to attract the tourism industry, they're kids now that are going to be used to using the various technologies, including AI. And if the positions we offer as professionals, I say I because there are no ex-hoteliers, I still feel as a hotelier. The positions we offer, they have to be enough technology advanced and relevant so the young people will be attracted to such positions. Therefore, we need to look for adapting these positions. And this would bring
adapting also to such technologies will help us address the lack of employees.
Which kind of stories you can explain how you attract this young generation to work, for example, in tourism, or how you try to get them? What could you advise to our audience as a good case?
Sure. I would start with even with the screen that you see right now. By coincidence, the screenshot you see here is from the AI chatbot of one of the local hotels. And the coincidence is that tonight in Separeva Banja, you're gonna have the people that are gonna choose the tour would have a dinner in this hotel, the 5 Elements Spa Hotel. They're using AI chatbot, and what's even more interesting about that is that the beautiful girl you see, the avatar of the chatbot, has been created by using AI. So they use AI technology to digitally create the avatar of the chatbot. Rila, it's the name of the chatbot. It's named on the mountain where the resort is located and where we're going to be tonight. And they're using AI chatbot. So leaving aside all the benefits that the business have from AI chatbot, using on forefront on the website such technology attract a new type of customer, the customers that are looking into the modern technologies and are expecting them, because as soon as customers see such technology in other industries, they start looking them also in tourism industry. And that's where we go to the AI skills, because and the need of the hospitality industry to adapt to the fast development and start learning AI skills and becoming AI literate.
So do you have also tools to educate our staff, our present staff, to learn about these methods, or do you have any kind of educational center for that?
There are not centralized educational centers, but there are a lot of efforts done by different private organizations. And on my last slide, I do have a few ideas there. Just want to show you something interesting and to get a little break from today heavy thinking. Talking about mastering conversational skills. What's happened? How many of you here are using ChatGPT? Even for fun or for business? For the people that do not raise the hands, I promise you that in the next month you will start using it more and more. What you see here on the screen are 3 pictures that are generated by AI. These were prompts I gave to the AI to draw me the same image. The difference between the 3 images are just a few words. Very soon, because of the forthcoming of generative AI like GPT in all businesses, updating all technologies with conversational way to talk to it, like we'll start talking to machines, talking to softwares instead of typing them or typing functionalities. We would need, the way how we learn at school writing essay, because there are rules how to write proper essay at school. That's how very soon we'll need to learn how to talk and communicate with machines, with AI. And this is just a simple sample how differently React an AI tool, just by switching a bit the words in the sentence I ask to draw me a picture. Talking about having successful instruments that are implemented in a hospitality, I would like to give another sample. This is an actual conversation with a chatbot of Casa de Fiore Spa and Medical Hotel here in Bulgaria, in Kranevo. The hotel has a chatbot since 2021, the end of 2021, and we already have a good view on how successful the implementation of such chatbot could be. You could see on the screen the numbers. Over 500,000 actions have been taken by users in the AI chatbot. And I'm happy also to say that this is also a voice bot. So the hotel is using not only AI technology for conversation, but also for talking with the instrument. The chatbot has integration with reservation system, which helps actually the customers to do their inquiries even overnight. And what's even more interesting is that up to 45% of the customers are using the chatbot nighttime. That's what we can see on our platform.
So we can save the night shift work.
Yes, it really assists the hotel extend the hours of operations and assistance of the customers to 24/7. Therefore, you can see that the hotel in 1 year saved over 17,000 working hours. For people that are conservative about conversational AI, I will say like, wow, these are 3-4 working positions, maybe the hotel fired these people. No, we know that the problem is there are not enough skilled service people, there are enough people for the position, so actually the chatbot not only extend the hour for operations of the hotel and extend the assistance to the customers to 24/7,
but restructuring of the
actually is extending the human team and releasing the existing employees from the routine mundane task, so they can pay more attention to the customers and have a higher quality conversation with the customers. And so talking to your question about the tools and instrument, how we could close the gap. Of course, for me, on first place comes the overall rising up the overall digital literacy of the employees, and that soon will include definitely the AI literacy. I have put on the screen a few ideas. Many of them are already mentioned today, like training and educational programs, mentorships and internal knowledge and sharings, encouraging innovation and experimentation in the industry. But I would like to point the attention to the tech in tourism clusters, because I think this is a missing point coming from a background that is both in hospitality and now in technology. And having the experience for the last 6 years, bringing innovation and technology to the hospitality industry, I could see the challenges that the hospitality has adopting such technologies because of lack of understanding and knowledge of the technology itself and lack of time to research for it. So I think it's very important for when we talk about education and bringing quality employees to tourism industry, to bring together all stakeholder players. And this is not only the schools and the academy, it's not only the businesses in hospitality, but also bringing the technology providers to the stage.
Yeah, and I would add one thing more, educate also the management, because if they are not aware of the input,
yes,
it's a longer process. Actually, how do you see the position of Bulgaria in this alternative intelligence business? Are you in a good position because you are an award winner, one of the good cases?
Yes.
Do you have enough clients? Is it enough interest, or some other countries in Europe are much ahead?
In general, Europe is behind adopting the technology to United States and China as leaders. But I definitely could see in the last 6-7 months after the pandemic raising interest to AI technology from hospitality industry, from tourism, and especially from spa and medical hotels. This year, most of the hotels in our portfolio are spa and medical hotels.
Nice
so
to hear that we are coming by time and we updating ourselves.
And another note is, because we talk about budgets, creating such collaboration between technology sector, the hospitality experts, and the academic sector would also spontaneously bring to more innovation and understanding. The technology people will know better the needs of the hospitality. Hospitality will have better understanding about the technology, and that will bring also investment interest.
Yep,
so there will be not looking for how to support innovation in the industry. This will naturally attract investment to this
As we heard from the Chinese presentation, in all industry it's present. We should not make the mistake to leave tourism out of the door and not to be on the track. So thank you very much. Definitely we will have more questions from the audience.
Sure.
I would like to introduce Mr. Massimo Caputi, President of Federterme, as I said, and honestly, Federterme represents more than 300 medical spas thermal resorts in Italy. And whenever I'm sitting on conferences, I'm missing one super important point. Who are the investors? What the investors are looking for? How do they think? How do they choose? So I'm happy that Mr. Caputi is not only president of Federterme, but he's also from the investment financial portfolio. So we have a much more experience in our roundtable today. And I would like to give the floor to our member of the big three, France, Italy, Germany. So Massimo, the floor is yours. How do you see the educational situation and what did you implement? As I heard in Italy newly, you started a new project.
Thank you, Sila, and thank you, Alessandra, for this meeting. Really very interesting, because I call this project the project of my old age. Okay, every 10 years I make a big project. This is, I think, the last one. I'm really enthusiastic about all our world. And when I am sitting in the room, I learn a lot of things after I want to speak with you.
No, I just, sure. Do you hear Massimo correctly?
Hello?
Yeah, I think it's
okay. Okay. So after I want to speak with you because we are making a similar project in Italy. Sure. Just a few words about Federterme. Federterme is an old organization, more than 100 years old, and we represent all the Italian thermal assets. We have about 300 thermal assets in Italy, okay? But I think that the people, especially after COVID, want to live more and want to live better. And our business model is the best model for these targets. So a lot of investors are looking at thermal spa, medical spa, increasing the investment, buying assets. But we have a very, very serious problem. And I'm happy that Alessandra and her team is here, because we have a severe shortfall of employees. We are not able to find employees. I'm not writing about the cabin operator. We have a position for 5 spa managers in the last 2 years. We are not able in Europe to find 5 spa managers. I was visiting 2 weeks ago a big thermal resort in Italy, and the operators were coming from Bhutan because we don't have employees. All the level. I don't know which is the situation in the other countries,
Similar.
but I think that is similar. And so I think that was the end of my speech, because I arranged a speech, but after hearing the other speech, I changed completely. And I think that if I can make a proposal to this table, to Alessandra's team, is that we could work to some project for training in poor country to move the people in Europe. But it's not a problem, I repeat again, a massage operator or a whiter, no. We need all the profiles. We need all the profiles. We cannot increase our service because we don't have employees, okay? My group is opening in the next 2 years and a half 5 new refurbishment asset, thermal asset, spa, medical spa. We need 350 employees. We are not able to find. This is an incredible situation.
Can you repeat the number again?
This is an incredible situation. So I think that my idea, my proposal that I make to this meeting is not to tell the figures about Federterme, blah, 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 but just think about this, to set up some projects, to make training in Far East, in Africa, where it's possible, and to have employees, because if we make training there, we can have the visa to come in Europe. So this is very important. It's very, when I saw these employees 2 weeks ago coming from Bhutan, I told, okay, this is the way. We don't have way. We cannot open the thermal spa because we don't have employees. This is most important. Another thing about our European market, the Italian government has financed us a new platform for health and wellness tourism, okay? So as Federterme, we are setting up this platform to move the tourists, especially from North Europe, in our country, however, in Mediterranean area, because there are a lot of people that don't know where to go.
So this is a promotional platform.
Especially in North Europe, Norwegian, Sweden, Finland, and so on. This is a new project that I think we will be ready in the end of September of this year. So.
Can you talk about a little bit more? It's a kind of educational tool for countries in Europe. They have not a lot of understanding of medical spa because it's not in their tradition.
No, I explain what happened. Or it's a promotional. I explain what happened. During COVID, we made some webinar with the big operator of North Europe, and they told us we can move for leisure, for rehabilitation, from prevention in a thermal asset. But we need something able to arrange fly, logistic, hotel, the application, experience. And it's not easy to find, and we are speaking not B2C, but B2B, moving thousand clients, okay? And they told us it's not easy to find someone able to arrange for
they have the
example,
competence.
Yes,
like,
and so we set up this platform. The name will be is Italian Cares.
And do you have, in the meantime, already the tour operator partner in these countries?
The project has been financed 2 months ago. We are just setting up the project. So I think that is very, very important the problem of the employees.
So we have to educate our clients, we have to educate our business partners, and we have to educate our own employees.
We must organize our client. If you like to have a pension fund from the States or from North America, or from North Europe that send you the retired people of pension funds, okay, that now the only country that as an organization is Spain, okay? You can see also the window is Spain Cares, okay? If you need organization, because you must have all the target that you needed, fly, logistic,
to provide the whole package.
Okay, all, okay? So there are two, clients and employees. For me, the employees is the most important problem, and I think really that we could organize with Alessandro some project in the poor country, because we have another problem, that a lot of our young people, workers, they don't want to work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. This is their problem. Now in Italy, we are proposing, and I think that will be approved in a few days, that no tax on the work Friday evening, Saturday, and Sunday. It will be a good result. But really, we cannot open medical spa because we don't have employees. This is the situation. Okay?
So that's why we would like to make, even for young people with some artificial intelligence, like an example, our industry more competitive and more modern.
More and better. And our model is the best. It's the best than hospital, a doctor.
Yes.
Okay, thermal model is the best, you know very well.
I forgot to say to our audience that you are owner and president of Saturnia Terme, which is one of the fantastic destinations if we talk about thermal tourism. So if somebody have not seen it, it's mandatory to see this destination, which is in the green nature and the natural
Thank you, Sheila.
stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
5-star quality, of course.
Thank you.
Any added information? Okay, at least that was. And I hope that now, after so many questions and problems, so we saw that coronavirus, energy crisis are the main problems. Now we know that we have other big skill to solve. On this side, I hope to find a solution of all our problems what we discussed now. And I want to welcome Mr. Roberto Antunes, Executive Director of NEST, and you are Director of a brand new Tourism Innovation Hub, Innovation Center. And your colleague, Mr. Ricardo Leita, Nova Medical School. I would say something we hope that can be a good example for our European countries. The road what you started seems to, at least for me, very good perspective. So the floor is yours to present it to our audience.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and sharing our experience in Portugal. Maybe I will change a little bit the flow, because I don't like to do things like in prescription. But I feel it's good, as in the segue of the digitalization, there's two aspects there, the digitalization aspect and also the enhancement of the health in tourism. And these are two things of greatest care in Portugal. As you know, it is a destination with high desire, and we really wanted to make it as much as more, let's say, thriving for the future as possible. So it's really important to work on the twin transition, but also on aspects that are really enforcing the qualification of all the offering. And then health, thinking about health tourism or tourism with health, which is another thing, but this means that every and each kind of offering we own in tourism can be improved, upgraded, thanks to the principles of health, providing the response to the trends and the needs of the current tourists. These two, let's say, lines can bring us, you know, still on the front row of being a desired destination, but actually addressing especially to the main concerns of tourists. Okay, so in the first aspect on the digitalization, so I'll bring this forward and then we go back. Oh la la, I think I went too fast. Okay. NEST is the Tourism Innovation Center in Portugal, and it is a framework which is already putting on board both the public and the private, united in order to work out, let's say, the twin transition. So this is the, let's say, one part that will impact heavily on the health approach. So it's a private right association, which is, you know, as you can see, Turismo of Portugal, which is the quintessence of knowledge of tourism, it is part of the board, together with the digitalization, transportation, mobility, communication, and with this all, let's say, areas of the economy that converge into tourism, we think through what tourism is in the future. Tourism, what is tourism in the future is definitely about bringing in all of the good things of the digitalization into health. So one of the key aspects is actually warming up the startups and the ideation processes into generating value into a destination that it aims to be sustainable, health, and secure. And for this, you know, the training aspect, which we'll go into a little bit more detail together with Ricardo, I wanted to show you one of the other aspects, which is calling up the ideation people, the startups, into addressing to the needs and to the worries that we've talked about, thanks to this kind of innovation processes, scaling up, etc., making sure that people that want to thrive, their businesses know that in tourism they have grow opportunities. So this is one of the key aspects. And then I will bring in the aspect of education per se, because thanks to this framework, we thought...
When did you start this framework?
4 years ago. 4 years ago. And then a year ago, we, after the whole COVID, which Ricardo will also address as well, of how tourism and health were brought together, right? As Alessandra said before in a panel, tourism wanted to kind of open up as quickly as possible, but the health area was very restrictive and worrisome about, the spread of COVID. And back in this time, there was a lot of conversation that has brought us now to a point on which we were working tightly together. And then we created the Health and Tourism Laboratory that brings myself, an innovation center, together with the academia, so University Nova Medical School. The two worlds are now together, and there's an institution that actually works out the future, thinking about, the two in conjunction. So I'll pass on.
Cheers, Roberto. Taking a step back and doing a sort of summary or highlight of all previous talks, we conclude that some of the challenge facing these two ecosystems were related to standard requirement, quality assurance and certification, legal and regulatory compliance and data privacy frameworks, liability frameworks. But more importantly, and hence this slide, we were lacking some collaborative efforts and some systemic and systematic approach and analysis to what brings really together these two knowledge ecosystems, so healthcare and tourism, and is the fact that they are both centered in the end user experience. What healthcare and tourism are all about is to promote healthy experience, healthy lifestyle, well-being and happiness for each one of us. And that's why the bridge between these two knowledge ecosystems is so important and so natural. So taking this assumption into the equation of our work, we did a call to action, and we create this collaborative program where at Nova Medical School we have a health and tourism chair. It's not just a medical chair. In fact, medical tourism, very interesting, very high demanding in terms of requirements, in terms of standards, and so on. It's just one segment of this vast ecosystem. So we create this health and tourism chair with the tourism, the Portuguese Tourism Board, with Tourism Portugal and NEST, the tourism agency, and immediately with an associated living lab, a kind of operational branch and a call to action through the NEST Health and Tourism Lab. And we work in 3 pillars. So traditionally, and with universities, it's entailed that the teaching and the educational component will be present, and that is a fact with us. We have post-grad tailored programs. We have tailored executive educations to each one of our partners. And we have innovation partners, we have institutional partners, we have academic partners, and we have, of course, corporate partners. And we develop customized programs to the specific needs of each problem that these partners are addressing in an evidence-based approach. And this is key for sustainable service models, is the support of the scientific knowledge. That's what differentiates a service model that has a true impact in people's life and happiness, in people's health, from a mere trend or jargon of some sort. So we also integrate in our public health curricular unit several classes of health and tourism that are mandatory to all our future doctors, to all our medical students.
I'm sorry to interrupting you, because we had a similar system from Varna. I would like to ask how many % of the subject is related, or how small part of the subject is related to the medical spas or health resorts, and how many % is participation of the medical spa tourism in your program, just to compare, which could involve more of our biology.
Well, in terms of the public health curricular unit, it would be difficult to do that sort of ratio in an autonomous way. Once in this unit, we teach health and tourism and the relation with several public health metrics and tools, so that our future doctors, regardless of their specialty or interest or particular interest, can envision this sort of knowledge. Because what we are talking here is really about healthy lifestyle modeling. And that's why tourism is such a positive force for a huge impact worldwide, and for sustainable development. Because nowadays, I believe that it's common sense to each and every one of us that everyone pursues the end user, the citizen. It's much more exigent in terms of their health lifestyle, in terms of their health self-management and empowerment. And this is what we are teaching to the students. But please.
Can you hear me? As I mentioned, our master program is dedicated especially, and the name is Rehabilitation, Maritime, Wellness and Spa, and it's dedicated, the whole program, the whole curricula in the master program is dedicated to medical, spa, rehabilitation, tourism, and activities also, in the field of healthcare including. But we have other programs, for example, the bachelor program for kinesiotherapy, for healthcare management, for rehabilitation, rehabilitators, is one part, and they can continue in the master programs for public health, for healthcare management, for pharmaceutical management, and they have these disciplines that are dedicated to medical, health tourism, to recreation, to self-empowerment. And I can say additional that we established maybe 6 years ago an academic center for Chinese Eastern medicine, and a lot of questions were received in the beginning, because our colleagues asked us from other medical universities how it is possible. You are an ordinary and classical medical university. How do you introduce the program for alternative, integrated, or Chinese and Eastern medicine? And we would like to be innovative and open the whole window and bring the universal idea for health to our students, and they are very, very glad. They appreciate this possibility to learn also alternative methods for health, which are related and also asked and appreciated in the medical spas and spa centers. And we're working very close together with the business. I mentioned many times. We have their opinion, we have their feedback, and we are going with the students there to make, I see you have laboratory lab.
Yeah.
We are using the spas and the centers from the practice as labs. And it is, and I invite you to have a little bit talk
sure.
after that, because we can establish an Erasmus Plus program for mobility and exchange. This will be very good.
I would, picking just on that, telling that one of the things that we've done very recently is actually on the lines of upgrading our thermal, so the hot springs in Portugal, which we have quite a few assets, but they're a little bit backwards. There's historical relationship with that. It was part of the government. It was offering to the public employees, so it has never been really, let's say, of a higher hand offering like as I see in your markets. But on the terms of developing what's already really an economy growing so fast thanks to tourism, which is Portugal, once we looked back on all the opportunities, the health aspect was there like, gosh, this is so small, we have really to work it out because we are not yet the reference of this. So all of this work is actually the setup in order to kind of force that the whole health offering really increases in Portugal. And then interestingly, one of the things that made me like really want to come here is to establish this kind of cooperations, because we would really like to get the training from our students into the world class and the best in Europe that know about, especially on the thermal area. So we have the scholarships that we have, we are forcing on key universities. We are paying the scholarships for students to, especially to bring us innovation on product and service, which is very important, on management and marketing, and also on energy management and new energies. These are the three things. So we have scholarships for this thing. This is brand new. We have never done it before. This is an initiative from an innovation center, imagine. So it's not technological. We want people and students really to think through thermal. And I would love them to get them here to get the training from your really high quality standards.
Gila, if you allow me, I see here the pillar research. In the field of research,
want to be my second question. Yeah. What are the focus in the research? Which field you mean research? Publication?
So we are an applied research unit. We are a digital health unit. So we have different projects with different sub-teams, from a blockchain interest group to...
Relation to spa medicine.
I get that, but they are all related. That's the magic of a collaborative intelligence center. So our LC building program is strongly related to spas. And in fact, we are going to have now a specific project certifying spa facilities as LC buildings with a standard, an international standard that can then be applied to different sort of facilities. We have a precision nutrition lab that is also strongly related to balneology and the sort of programs that are offered in this domain. And this brings us exactly, this notion of collaborative intelligence center, bring us to the third pillar of our action, where we support, based on scientific knowledge, we support the decision of different stakeholders from the private and public sector, and where we are faced with a certain problem that should be addressed. And this was the case of the brilliant team of Turismo de Portugal, the Portuguese DMO, when they created this certification and this initiative, this broad program in response to the COVID-19 pandemic initially. Now it has a much more broader scope that was the clean and safe that we had the privilege to support in scientific terms. And here you can perceive the huge contribution of the tourism sector to public health. So,
could you manage with this kind of certification that some of the medical spas could open earlier or be integrated in a faster return in the business?
Exactly.
Totally.
But not just that. We empowered, through the Digital Academy of Tourism Portugal, we certified 25,000 business, most of them small and medium business. We trained directly 50,000 collaborators, and through internal traineeship program and requirement, we empowered 250,000 collaborators of the tourism sector staff as public health agents, because they were supporting tourists in their hotels, in their museums, in their rental cars, in their golf facilities, but they were also transferring this know-how to their local communities, to their families, with a huge impact in terms of public health empowerment. Our tagline, and I apologize, I jumped because I will let Roberto introduce that teaser, that video teaser. We introduced the tagline, and I believe that would be the challenge that we live here, because in this regard, health and tourism are really a way of promoting social and health equity and truly sustainable development and a security and peace strategy. In fact, we have also a collaboration with Ukraine and Tourism Portugal. We are developing innovative service models to the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine with the Lviv University, and addressing service models that can help rebuild Ukraine in the post-war, empowering not just digital frameworks and digital health frameworks that will support private stakeholders and hotel facilities, for instance, but also that will enable and empower local communities and be used as a digital health solution for local communities' infrastructure.
Sorry, I would like to highlight also one project of the European Spas Association. We created not Erasmus program, but similar like that, with 7 universities. We have partners from, the leading partner is Degendorf University from Bavaria, because they have an English-speaking program for health management trainings. Czech Republic, Hungary, Croatia, Georgia, and luckily we could integrate also Ukraine. So we try to involve them also in the daily business and to give hope that soon they can support all the citizens also with the health tourism facilities. And I see that we are lack of time. So, Alessandra, just one word to you, because you see, through a panel discussion, already a great network will start, and I hope we will continue to be part of this new network. And you see that it's not only the energy, and Corona is a critical point in tourism. Now we have to solve also the third big issue, and we count on your help. So please give the closing words.
Thank you very much. No, in reality, if I have my mic on?
Yes. Yes.
In reality, I apologize. Of course, you know, these discussions for me could go on for a long time, but I'm also having to balance between our visit this afternoon and your absolute necessity of having lunch. So I would just like to, I don't want to intervene in discussion, because also both Ricardo and Roberto, bem-vindos, they're closing. I know that Roberto especially has a video, and I would personally love to see it. The closing words, we are, I hope she's here, with Mrs. Polina Karastoyanova, Great. So Paulina will be waiting for the closing of the panel done by your magistral moderation, and then she will deliver the closing words on behalf of Minister Dimitrov. So just to say, just hang on with us a few more minutes, then lunch, then beautiful spa, and maybe, you know, this is a lesson learned from us. Roberto, I think we should establish a lab on conferences.
Yes,
if you agree.
Absolutely.
Yes. So, Cilla, again, thank you so much. I didn't mean to interrupt. One small comment to an absolute legend, which is Massimo Caputi. Thank you for being with us. We take the challenge. That's exactly why we're doing this. As Cilla was saying, you've already created the network, and I think this is where it starts. And we are by your side. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roberto, please.
No, sorry. I don't want to be between lunch and you guys between in between lunch and what I have to show is basically is a very short video which explains just, you know, as you said, you know, bring on the solutions, and this is explaining how in a very fundamental process on economy transformation, which is happening overall Europe. In Portugal, we call it the Resilience and Recovery Plan. I guess this is the terminology that in most of the markets it's being used. And then we made sure that as part of this recovery plan, there was money brought to tourism, and especially there is investment being done on this health aspect. So it's around 128 million euros agenda of 38 entities, of each of one of the key projects is exactly a little bit like what this diagram that we had. There will be studies and deep dives into thermal. There will be technology applied to this ecosystem. There will be investment in the infrastructure, so it becomes, let's say, a flagship of development that it shows what the future of tourism we want in Portugal. So this is a message for your area. Oops. And here it is.
There we go.
Oops. Guys, this is hard to... No?
Just
leave
wait a little bit.
Thank you.
Mr. Polina Karastoyanova. Wow. Please.
Thank you, dear Alexandra. Dear ladies, deputy ministers, Professor Modeva, dear Mrs. Georgieva, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, guests and partners, on behalf of the National Tourism Board of Bulgaria, the only Bulgarian tourism organization affiliated member of the UNWTO, it is my sincere honor to address you. I strongly believe that the best closing speech is the shortest closing speech, so I will stick to that. In this hall are some of our distinguished members, Saint Constantine and Elena, and the amazing CEO, Mrs. Koseva, is here, Adriana from the Grand Hotel Millennium, and many others. We are the platform that represents the joint interest of the stakeholders, of the biggest investors in the tourism industry. I would like to extend our gratitude to the organization, to the UNWTO, to the General Secretary, and especially to Ms. Alexandra Priante for our partnership. For us, being affiliated member of this organization is a matter of professionalism, of reputation, of knowledge, and strong vision forward to where our industry is leading. My special gratitude to the Ministry of Tourism, to our Minister, Mr. Dimitrov, and his team for this amazing organization and the event, which no doubt is among the most important events for the year that Bulgaria is hosting. And I would like to let you go with two messages from us, and they will be not on the professional or expertise side, because so many distinguished lectors have already given their vision and presentations. But two emotional messages. Bulgaria, we are the state and the land that has been established 1,300 years ago on this territory, on this land. We have never been anywhere else. We have always been here, and we have always spoken our own language, Bulgarian. And this is the only country in Europe that is today there where it has started 1,300 years ago and speaks the languages on which has been established. And one more thing, that most of you are living today or tomorrow, but in fact you are not living. The rose oil is our liquid gold and is the most treasurable, the most valuable ingredient for all the high-end perfumeries worldwide. So every morning, wherever you are, by leaving your home, using your favorite perfume, a drop of Bulgaria will stay with you. So thank you again. Be our guests anytime. We from the National Tourism Board would love to continue our partnership. Thank you very much. And remember, a drop of Bulgaria will be there with you every day onwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was probably the most appreciated speech in 2 days. I want to thank all of you for your patience, especially the delegates that reached us from different destinations to be with us today. We do hope we're all going to see you in the excursion this afternoon. Yes? Good. So I'll be seeing you all. And now lunch is served just outside here, so please enjoy. Thank you very much.